All right. What is up, YouTube? What's going on, fellow fantasy people? And of course, what is up, the Catch fam? Man, stoked to be here tonight. Saturday night late stream. Always, always one of my favorite days of the week. Always, always one of the funnest streams of the whole week. Man, did we have a blast last night, guys. Catch fam in full force right now. You guys are amazing. You guys are absolutely killing it, man. 300 subs. We are now on the road to 400 subscribers. Officially hit the milestone. Over 300 subs today. I mean, bonkers. You guys are amazing. What else can I say? Don't expect anything less from you guys. But man, we will be here for quite a while, as you guys know. Saturday night, that's what we do. Week 6, this NFL season, man, let me tell you, it needs to slow down a bit, okay? It really does. It is just flying by. We need to sit back and enjoy it while it lasts. But week 6, right around the corner, popping off tomorrow. Can't believe it, quite honestly. I mean, just think about it, man. Another 6 weeks would be 12 weeks. And then another 5 weeks would be 17 weeks in. Regular season's over. And I mean, fantasy is probably going to end, on week 16, right? So it's crazy. It's just flying by. But happy that you guys are along for the ride of this 2021 NFL football season with me. So let's get right into it, man. No reason not to. We're going to be here for plenty of time. So hope everyone is doing great tonight. I hope everyone has had a great start to their weekend. Hope everyone's ready for some good old fantasy Q&A late night stream action. Spencer Stern, what is going on, brother? Always good to have you here, my guy. Richard Glass, esteemed gentleman, 100%. Always good to have you here, Richard Glass. Real Goated, what's good, Catch? What's good, Real Goated? Always good to have you here. Some loyal A1 day ones in the house. Shout out to you guys. Richard Glass, everything is telling me to start Tony over Gaskin, but Tony is questionable and Gaskin plays in the AM. Thoughts? This is a good question, Richard. You know, I do worry about Tony this week, and I think some of you out there might end up mad at me because I'm not crazy about it, right? Shepard's coming back, Slayton's probably coming back. They're playing the Rams. It's a bad matchup. Don't get me wrong, man. Right? Overall, Tony's looks great. Okay, he's looked incredible. But I just like the matchup for Gaskin a lot more. Hold on, give me 1 second, guys. All right, sorry about that, guys. But yeah, overall, Richard, if it was me, I'm just leaning Gaskin. I truly am. But I think you can roll the dice on Tony as well. Let us know, for those of you who are in the chat, what do you guys think for Richard? Tony against the Rams or Gaskin versus the Jaguars? I think it's a really good matchup for Gaskin. I mean, don't get me wrong, right? I mean, 2 weeks ago, I was not for Gaskin whatsoever. I was not feeling good about any of you guys starting him, but he's coming off of a great performance, and I think he can repeat it. But quite honestly, I'm not going to be recommending Gaskin on a regular basis. I just like this matchup quite a bit, right? So it is tough, Richard, because I don't necessarily hate Tony. I just don't have the same gut conviction about starting Tony as I do starting Gaskin. But you guys know that I also tend to be biased and lean towards the RB position. So I could go back and forth on this one. It's a really tough one. Jerry, what's up, brother? Always good to have you here, my guy. Hope you're doing well tonight. Let me know what's up, guys. What are you guys up to? How's your weekend been? How are you guys feeling going into week 6? Um, yeah, yeah. Let me know how everyone's feeling. Richard, I have Gaskin currently starting. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind it, but listen, man, I am a believer in trusting your gut conviction. If your conviction lies with Tony, then don't let me be the deciding factor. But I like this matchup. I like these London matchups in terms of offensive players, right? I feel like the defense does not show up, right? Um, so yeah, that's where I lie. I would start Gaskin personally. Jerry, I effed up and thought my essay only needed 3 pages, but turns out it's a 5-page essay. Yikes. Well, 2 pages isn't too bad. You're over halfway there, man. I'm in a class right now that my professor gives us an LH. You get 2 of them throughout the semester. They're called Life Happens, and I've already used one of them. And basically, you just get an extra day to finish the assignment. Like this class just started last week. I'm like, oh gosh, I definitely need to hold on to that second. Life Happens. Real good. I don't think I have a choice to sit Allen Robinson this week. To be honest, I think he's going to do good this week. I sure hope so, man. It's been tough pickings for these Bears players, especially at the receiver position. I guess maybe outside of Mooney, but still, he's been wildly inconsistent. I mean, Robinson's due for a good game. Don't get me wrong. He's just been disgusting to own. It's a decent matchup, not the best matchup versus Green Bay. Um, him and Justin Fields don't look to be great. He's slightly banged up, or at least they don't look to be great in terms of their chemistry. Um, it's worth rolling the dice if you have to play him. I mean, I think he's going to start regardless. He's just dealing with a little bit of an ankle injury, but I don't know how high I see the ceiling. But hey, if you got the conviction, roll with it, man. Tasha Cart, what's going on? Good to see you tonight. Perhaps the Rams will game plan on Tony Slayton coming back too. Yeah, and that's kind of like the thing, right? It's like maybe Tony does benefit from being the wide receiver 3 on this team, you know, and arguably wide receiver 4. I mean, Jalen's been, you know, not necessarily shadowing wide receiver ones as we talked about the last couple of nights, right? Not doing what he's traditionally done over the last couple of years. So uh, there's potential we do see Jalen on him, but uh, maybe he benefits a little bit from being the wide receiver 3. Uh, I think the biggest thing is that if Shepard plays, that's really going to impact how many targets we can expect from Tony. I think Slayton will make an impact. I think Ingram's health makes an impact, of course. Does not look like Kenny Galladay is going to be playing, but uh, these are the things we need to pay attention to, right? Uh, but overall, I just have one of those feelings, man. I just don't feel great. And don't forget, I mean, well, Daniel Jones has been good, you know, and we were on the Danny Dimes train for a little bit there. Uh, he hasn't been great the last couple of starts, right? Um, listen, man, I still like Danny Dimes for the season, but I don't know. I just have one of those feelings. So y'all tell me if I'm crazy or not. But I just don't feel great about the start. Richard Glass playing New World while listening to you give me advice to beat Steven. Good stuff. K89, I need to win this week. So yeah, let me know what how you're feeling, what type of what feedback you need, K89. It's good to see you, brother. Rio Goaded, do you think Marvin Jones is going to have a good week? He's due for one, man. Um, he's absolutely due for one, right? I mean, we saw a lot of that chemistry from the preseason, offseason start to take off a little bit at the beginning of the season, right? But it's kind of slowed down. It's kind of slowed down. 18 points, full PPR week 1, 17 week 2, and then 12 in week 3. And since then, 5.4 points or less, including a great matchup versus Tennessee last week. But it's another good matchup this week versus Miami, Rio Goated. So yes, I don't mind rolling the dice here. Gosh, he's seen a lot of regression though. Caught 1 of 5 targets for 25 yards in week 5. And don't get me wrong, I mean, while it's a good matchup from the Dolphins, we do want to kind of avoid the wide receiver one position in fantasy versus the Dolphins because Xavier Howard's out there. So I can see him having a good week. Once again, I'm slightly hesitant. But if Marvin Jones and Allen Robinson are the receivers you have to start, then that's okay. They're always going to have the opportunity to get in the end zone. But just keep in mind that might not have as high of a ceiling overall. Jerry, my third class starts on Monday. I wish you luck. Thanks, brother. I wish you luck as well, my guy. Uh, Let me know. Keep me updated throughout the season with your classes as well, man. How's it going? Jason Kenobi, always good to see you, my guy. Hope you're doing well tonight. I'm so screwed this week. I need my wide receivers to pop off. Yeah, yeah. I think we all do. But let me know, Jason, which league that's in, how your roster is looking overall, man, what type of feedback you need for the weekend, and maybe I can give you some good conviction heading into tomorrow. Tasha Cart, thoughts on trading Schultz for Elijah Mitchell and Pittman? Waller is my starting tight end, 4-1 in 12 PPR, can show my squad if helpful. I wouldn't mind seeing your squad, of course, but I am a little hesitant around Elijah Mitchell still. You guys have heard me say this since the beginning of the season, right? I'm just not feeling too gravy about this Niners backfield in terms of their inconsistency, right? Jeff Wilson's coming back. I hate this backfield. So frustrating in terms of fantasy management. But do I think Elijah Mitchell, to some degree, on some weeks is going to be an RB1? Sure. I just don't know how high the ceiling is. But I do love Pittman. So if you're hurting at receiver, I don't think that it's too bad of a move, right? But tight end depth is good to have as well, even if you have a guy like Travis Kelsey or Darren Waller, right? Or Dawson Knox, right? But it is good to have. So I don't mind you holding on to Waller and Schultz, especially if you're doing well overall. But sure, Tasha Carter, send me your full roster and we'll keep breaking it down, my guy. Marky Mark, what is up? Good to have you here as always, my guy. Hope you're having a great weekend. Hope everyone's having a great weekend, man. Great to have you guys all here. I mean, we're just getting started, right? What are we, 12 minutes in? Gosh, we got plenty of time to go. So good to see everyone. Go ahead and smash that like button, guys. Let's get to the stream to as many new viewers as possible, of course. And any new viewers out there, go and subscribe down below. Become part of the Catch fam tonight. I had to take a power nap before getting on. I legitimately took like a 45-minute nap. So still kind of in that. You guys know that feeling when you take a nap and you like wake up and you're like, I don't know, explain it. But still waking up a little bit. I don't know why I brought that up, but just so you guys know. Also, of course, most important question of the night: what did everyone have for dinner? I know it's a little late by now, but let me know what you guys had for dinner. I had grilled cheese and tomato soup with my wife. It was lovely. KA9. I feel good about my team. Just need a win. All right, let's get a win. KA9 sending good vibes your way. Spencer, Philly really trying to get a running back in the catch league. Yeah, I'm aware. I'm aware. I think we all are. Shout out Philly Mike. Jason Kenobi. It's a different 12 team PPR. I'm starting Alex Collins as my RB2. Yikes. I don't hate it. Don't hate it by any means. I mean, I'm kind of regretting dropping Alex Collins overall, but it is what it is, man. that's my final analysis. I actually don't think he'll play that bad, but he is relatively touchdown dependent. Don't get me wrong; it's a bad matchup versus Pittsburgh. It's a bad matchup next week versus the Saints, but he's got a great matchup versus Jacksonville, and he should be the RB1 that week. I do not see Carson coming back, so overall, I don't hate it. I actually don't hate it, Jason Kenobi. It could be worse, I think. Let's see here. Okay, let's see. I think he'll be all right. Especially, I think it'll help you maybe in the long run. Maybe I think he'll be touchdown dependent this week and next week. But after that, it's a good matchup versus Jags. Emperor KJ, what's going on? Hope you're doing well tonight. Hope you consider subscribing. Now, we love becoming part of the Catch fam tonight. But nonetheless, appreciate you coming out and showing some support. Is Zeke a good play this week? I think so. Yes. I don't think we can afford to bench Zeke. Um, yeah, he's dealing with a little injury, right? New England's pretty good up front. So I don't hate it overall. I just don't think you can lose out on the ceiling that Zeke offers on a weekly basis. So yes, Emperor KJ, I would feel fine with starting Zeke. Gazelle Park, what's going on? Another new face. Hope you guys consider subscribing down below. Becoming part of the Catch fam tonight. Look at this. Love, love, love having some new potential members coming out. Appreciate you guys coming out and showing support. Chubb's out. Do we go with Johnson or Felton? 1 and 4 need an RB pronto. It's a good question. I'm very hesitant right now to recommend either of these guys. You're kind of taking a gamble either way. So, could it help you? Yes. Could it work out? Yes. Could it not help you? Yes. Could it not work out? Yes. I am all about sample sizes, right? So I think it's okay to pick up one of these guys if you're 1 and 4 and hurting at the RB position, but it's just hard to say who's going to have the better game, how they're going to be utilized, who's going to end up actually scoring. It's just very difficult to tell. Um, I think I'm leaning Felton from everything I'm reading between the two in terms of his usage and the skill set. But I'm pretty hesitant because I mean I think it's okay to pick them up and watch and see what happens and make a decision next week. But I'm pretty worried to recommend either player, to be honest. But if I had to pick one, I'd lean towards Felton. Marky Mark, turkey pot pie. That sounds amazing. I haven't had turkey pot pie in a hot minute. It's a good call, Marky Mark. Rondi Goat, yo, what's up, Catch fam? What's up, brother? Good to see you. It's always happy to have you here on the Saturday night late stream. Let's see. Richard Glass, someone agreed to trade with Philly finally. Uh-oh. Go check that out. Bruisin, should I trade Mixon and DJ Moore for CMC, Hubbard, and AJ Brown? For thinking long term, I think it makes sense. I think AJ Brown will get better as the season progresses once he's fully healthy. He's had some slow starts historically, and then he kind of turns it up, right? Once CMC is healthy, obviously he's a plug and play every week. You can start Hubbard in the meantime, not nearly as high as of a ceiling as CMC, but I think it's a fair trade. I think when healthy, you're still getting the best running back in fantasy football. I do think CMC will come back this year, guys. Might have to wait a little bit longer, right? So we did get the news today that he'll be out for at least 3 more weeks and is placed on IR. But I think it's a fair trade. Mixon's a little banged up. And then, I mean, DJ Moore, extremely valuable, even more valuable while CMC's out. But I think it's a fair trade in the long run. So I don't hate it, guys. I don't hate it at all. Bruisin, let me know. Or let us know in the chat. Mixon and DJ Moore or CMC Hubbard and AJ Brown. Let's get some opinions out there from Bruisin. Richard Glasgow, prove it. John, 6 stop spamming us. Okay, I will go prove it. Mark agreed. Yeah, I'll prove it in a second here. Tasha Carp, you got Gaskin, Fournette, Davis, Harris, Gainwell, Tyreek, Myers, Sanders, Fuller, Bateman, Moore, Schultz. Feel like my good players I need to hold on to. Second tier ones aren't good enough to trade away for upgrades. Yeah, I think in terms of depth, it definitely helps your team. But I also like the depth of having 2 tight ends as well. But, if you're looking to pick up the extra receiver, I don't think it hurts. And I don't think the extra running back in Mitchell hurts either. So I don't think it's a bad trade. But I think having 2 tight ends is pretty valuable as well. Kashif, what's going on? I'm going to lose my mind right now. PPR, start 3. Zeke, Najee, Swift, and Jonathan Taylor. Yikes. Yikes. Listen, here's my evaluation. While I love all 3 of those players, and you should start I know are all four of those players, and yeah, I wish you could start all four of them. I wish you were playing in a double flex league because that would make your life a lot easier. What I would look at, I mean, of course, the matchups are important, and that's probably something we could dig into as well. But I don't mind just rolling with the respective offenses that you think have the best overall output, right? Uh, so overall, man, I think I'd roll with Zeke, Najee, and Jonathan Taylor. But let's pull up the matchups. For Zeke, it's a little bit of a tougher matchup versus New England. But gosh, how do you bench Zeke, man? I just don't think you can. Let me go ahead and pull up matchup wise. Yeah, I mean they're only New England's 12th against opposing running backs. He's got at least 20 points in the last three games. I just don't think you can bench him. Let's check out Najee next. Najee is a must start. Najee is definitely in your lineup facing Seattle, the uh, 30th worst team in the league, bottom of the barrel. Uh, uh, it's not even a question. You're starting Najee Harris this week. Swift, yeah, it's not a great matchup versus Cincinnati, but who else do the Lions have to lean on, right? But I do think that's the worst offensive performance, and ranking wise, he's the worst running back out of those guys. I think Jonathan Taylor's going to have another monster game. It's actually not as easy as a matchup as it looks like against Houston. They're actually the 14th best team against opposing running backs. But if it was me personally, and I mean, Swift's also dealing with an injury. Don't get me wrong, Zeke is too. I think I'd lean Zeke, Najee, and Taylor. But it's a very good question. And I can definitely see why you are losing your mind, so to speak. But that I think I'd lean Zeke, Najee, and Taylor myself. Gazelle, thank you. You're very welcome. Feel free, if you're enjoying the stream, to go ahead and subscribe down below. Become part of the Catch fam tonight. But I appreciate you coming out and throwing some fantasy Q&A our way. Hit an X. What's going on? Good to have you here as always. What's up, Catch? How's your fantasy looking like? I feel all right this week. Not in my 20-man league. Guys, in my 20-man league, I'm struggling. I haven't talked about it in a while, but I'm really struggling, man. But overall, I feel good hitting X. I feel good in all my other leagues. So how's your fantasy looking, man? Hope it's looking good. But let me know. Let me know if you got any questions on tonight. Aiden, thoughts on me and Philly's trade? As Richard says, I think most of us are happy. Someone agreed. Trade with them. Uh, let's see. Okay. T. Higgins and Chuba Hubbard for T.Y. Hilton and C.D. Lamb. I think it's a good trade. Yeah, I like the trade. I think it'll probably benefit you in the long run. I think it's a fair trade on both sides. Yeah, I got nothing wrong with that trade whatsoever. So good. Shout out to you, man. Good trade overall. Sorry, I know that wasn't very in depth, but uh, man, I just hope in the long run T.Y. Hilton can start to turn it up as he comes back, right? But I love the value of C.D. Lamb, so I don't think it's a bad trade at all. Emperor KJ, with Samuel out for Washington, is Brown or Carter a good fill-in for him? I mean, someone has to get those targets. Yeah. The guy I kind of like is Adam Humphries in terms of maybe a sleeper play in terms of the Washington receivers, right? Uh, he's proven, right? He's a great slot receiver. Don't get me wrong, Kansas City, like we want to start receivers. I mean, one of these guys is going to go off. I mean, I like Brown and Carter too, but uh, Adam Humphries had a good game last week versus New Orleans, and I actually like him quite a bit this week. 5 targets last week, right? 73 receiving yards. If I had to pick a player in per KJ, I think I'd lean Adam Humphries actually. Bill O, what's going on? Hope you're doing well tonight. Any new faces out there? Hope you guys consider subscribing down below, becoming part of the Catch fam tonight. Everyone go and smash that like button as well. Let's see. Should I play Brandon Cooks or T. Higgins? It's a good question. Good question. I'm kind of leaning Brandon Cooks this week. He's due for some, another one of those big games we were seeing at the beginning of the season. It's a decent matchup versus Indianapolis. The Texans played quite well last week. He's faced Buffalo and New Orleans over the last 2 weeks. This is one of the best matchups he's had all year, if not the best, versus the Colts secondary. So I'm personally going to lean with our guy Brandon Cooks. That's a good question, Bill. Ron Go can't lose this week. Heineke, Henderson, JT, Hollywood, Deontay, Waller, Hunt, Sutton, Cowboys D. Should I get another quarterback or switch Sutton for Marvin Jones at flex? I think I view Sutton and Marvin Jones relatively similar. Both wide receiver ones on their respective teams. Not the most exciting offenses, right, in terms of fantasy performance, but both kind of low floor, high ceiling guys. So I think you could flip a quarter there, and either side, it wouldn't make a huge difference. I like Heineke this week as a sleeper, man. So I don't mind that either. I don't think your roster looks that bad. Henderson and JT, as well as Hollywood and Deontay and Waller, I think are all going to have very good weeks. So, as well as Kareem Hunt. So, I don't view Sutton and Marvin Jones in too much of a different sense. So, I think I'll be all right either way. We're on the go. Blammo time. What's going on? Lots of new faces out here, man. Hope you guys all consider subscribing down below. I know you guys hear me say that, but seriously, this community growing day by day. Catch Fam is killing. Going to become part of the Catch Fam down below. Would you start Hawkinson or Knox in PPR? Hawks injury status is killing me. Thank you. Hey, you might be new to the channel, but we are Dawson Knox fans here. Don't get me wrong. I like TJ Hawkinson quite a bit this week as well, but I think you start Dawson Knox. It's a great matchup. Just like we saw last week, it's probably the best matchup that this Bills offense has seen all year. As a matter of fact, I'm double checking, and it is. The Bills are going to go wild on Monday Night Football. Okay. I'll be very, very surprised if this is not just a high scoring affair. So, yes, Blammo time. Let's not stress out about TJ Hawkinson and what he's going to do. Let's just start our guy, Dawson Knox, against the worst secondary in the league and move forward with no stress. Blammo time. Niners worldwide. What is going on? Tannehill, Jones, or Lawrence? Am I crazy to pick Lawrence here? I don't think I am. London football, not a lot of defense shows up. Facing the Jags, they're kind of Tannehill's got the Bills, the best defense in football right now. Jones has got the Rams, top 10 defense in football right now. Lawrence has got the Jags. Don't get me wrong. Jags can cause some turnovers. But I think I'd lean Trevor Lawrence right there. I don't think that's crazy to say either, right? I mean, quite honestly, I think I'd rank him Lawrence, Jones, Tannehill. Is that crazy? Christian, should I keep Alexander Madison because I have Dalvin Cooks? If he gets injured, I don't lose it all. Or should I try to pick up someone like T. Higgins? I think you keep Madison. He's shown when Cook is not in, he's his ceiling's about 20 points or higher. I think you hold on to that handcuff because it's quite valuable. Love T. Higgins, but I think it's too valuable to lose that handcuff. That's the most valuable handcuff in fantasy right now. Wild Prodigy, what's going on, brother? Man, I checked out your channel, and I just want to say that your guitar cover of Mad City by Kendrick Lamar was like the most impressive thing I've ever watched. So shout out to you, Wild Prodigy. You're killing it, man. Channel's pretty sick too. So shout out to you, man. Great work. And yeah, I was like blown away, dude. I can play some guitar, but more of an acoustic guy. And yeah, you were very, very talented. So keep up the good work, man. AJ Dillon, Tim Patrick, or Mooney in the flex. I think I'd lean Tim Patrick. I think until Jerry Jeudy comes back, we can start Tim Patrick with pretty high conviction. He's got a great matchup versus the Raiders. And I mean, don't get me wrong, the Raiders have been okay, actually, against opposing defenses, but they're still a team we can start, receivers against, right? Um, his worst performance was against Baltimore in Week 4, full PPR, just under 7 points. Other than that, he's had at least 12 points every game. Okay, the last two games have been his highest target share overall. And yeah, I like Tim Patrick this week. If I had to pick out of those guys, I mean, I like the upside of Mooney and Dylan as well. I think they're all good flex plays, but yeah, I'd lean Tim Patrick. Uh, Marky Mark at 8, and I'm not thrilled about it, but not bad. Fair enough. The chosen rows. So I had Chubb. Do you think JD McKissick is a good start? I don't think it's a bad start overall. I think the game script is definitely there for JD McKissick to be heavily involved in this game. So yeah, chosen rows, good to see you. And yeah, I don't think it's a bad start if you're dealing with the Chubb injury. Supersize Serpe, what is going on, homie? It's good to see you. Been a couple nights. Always good to have you here, man. Hope everything is going well. Hope you've been doing good, man. Awesome to have you out in the stream tonight. What's up, homie? Hope things are well. So, been racking my brain this week trying to figure out who to start my flex. Chuba Hubbard or Emmanuel Sanders? Listen, man, I like the start of Chuba Hubbard, and eventually, right, we're gonna have to see some regression out of Emmanuel Sanders, but I don't think it's this week versus the worst secondary in all of football. I mean, guys, I just don't. If the Bills play bad, you guys are gonna hate me. But I said the same thing last week. Like, start Diggs, start Sanders, start Beasley, start Knox, like start them all, start Zach Moss, and I think the same applies this week, right? We just can't hold back against these poor secondaries, and I think Emmanuel Sanders has a much higher ceiling, maybe a little bit more risk involved in terms of a lower floor, but I think Chuba's going to have a good game. Don't get me wrong, and I think he's a great flex play. But if I had to pick between the two, I think I'd roll with Emmanuel Sanders all day long. Christian, I just want to let you know I've been watching every time you have been live this past week, and I love that you're helping all of us. Absolutely, brother. That's what we are here for. Glad you're enjoying the channel and the streams, man. Truly, truly, just appreciate you coming out and joining the streams every night. So no problem at all, man. The chosen rows, I have to start two of the wide receivers. I have Tim Patrick's, Emmanuel Sanders, Marvin Jones, or would you put Damon Harris in the flex? Tim Patrick and Emmanuel Sanders would be my picks all day long, man. And then I'd rank Marvin Jones and Damon Harris. I not in love with Damon Harris this week. 2 injuries going on in the doghouse with Bill Belichick, right? I mean, I don't think Jones and Harris are bad players. I think they're fine being on your roster. But like we just talked about, Tim Patrick and Emmanuel Sanders, I think they're both very good starts this week. So that's who I'd roll with personally. Hidden X. I'm looking good. Just don't know if I should start Broncos defense or the Packers defense. That's a good question. If you guys haven't already checked out Steven's defensive starts of the week video, go ahead and check that out as well. Let's see. Man, I've been thinking about the Broncos defense lately, and a lot of their ranking has to do with that game against the Jets where they went a little crazy. And outside of that, well, I think they're a great squad. They really haven't played too great. I mean, 8 points against the Giants week 1, 9 points against Jacksonville in week 2, and then 19 points against the New York Jets in week 3. And then the last 2 games, they've only had 3 points. And the Jets have been the worst team against opposing defenses this year. Jacksonville's been the second worst, and the Giants are the Giants in week 1, right? I don't think Vegas is going to fall off completely, right? So, personally, I mean, the Packers haven't been amazing defensively this season, but Chicago is one of the top 10 worst teams against opposing offenses, or excuse me, opposing defenses. So, I feel like they're the better play. So I think I would lean with the Packers this week and look for Justin Fields to make some mistakes. Hit an X. Christian, should I trade Claypool for Godwin? Honestly, I'd hold on to Claypool. I think I'd hold on to Claypool. Becoming a solidified wide receiver 2 in his offense. Well, we love Chris Godwin, man. But overall, right, I am a little worried about Chris Godwin just because there's so many ways the Buccaneers can do it. Um, I think I'd hold on to Chase Claypool. Is that crazy? I don't know. Uh, I don't think it is. So, beginning of the season, I probably would have said yes, you should absolutely do that trade. But right now, um, I think I'm leaning Chase Claypool, man. Is that crazy? Chosen Rose, is that Peyton Manning in background from '07? Yeah, that's the Super Bowl, classic Super Bowl photo against the Bears. My favorite Super Bowl of all time. Chosen Rose, would you start Cardinals defense or pick up Vikings? Also, is Nick Folk a solid start for kicker? I think Nick Folk is definitely a solid start this week overall. If I'm not mistaken, in most leagues, he's been the number one kicker on the year. I actually went and picked him up in mine Stevens' personal league. I love Nick Folk this week, man. I think it's a great matchup versus Dallas. Would you pick up Cardinals defense or Vikings? It's a good question. I think I would probably lean with the Vikings because Arizona are facing Cleveland. Some injuries. It might be a sneaky play, actually. I don't necessarily hate that, but I do look for that game to get pretty high scoring. I don't hate the Vikings, but it's an interesting call. I could see the Vikings and Panthers turning relatively defensively, or into a defensive game script. So that's an interesting call, but I think you could roll the dice with the Cardinals, even though I see it being high scoring. Could see a couple mistakes being made in that game by our guy Baker Mayfield. Didn't want to say it, but I guess I have to, right? I think you could roll the dice with the Cardinals, man. So we'll see. Chosen Rose, who won the Madden game yesterday? I did. Yeah, we played 2 games. I won them both, but they were both very, very close games. They were both great matchups. Shout out to Steven. Emperor KJ, please don't say Cooks will have a good day because I got NDDST locked in. I think Indianapolis will have a good day. Or their defense will. I have them starting as well. But overall, I do think that Cooks, due to volume, can have a good day as well. John, what's going on, man? Should I trade Robert Woods and Hollywood Brown for Chris Godwin and Michael Thomas? No. No, 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 no. Hollywood Brown playing much better than Chris Godwin. Robert Woods still extremely consistent on the season, and I think he's going to be far more consistent than Michael Thomas. So, in my humble opinion, I would say fat no there. Chosen Rose, should I try to get rid of Chubb and Mike Williams? I feel their injuries will escalate. Ooh. I'd hold on to them. When healthy, you want them in your lineup. Their ceilings are both crazy. Personally, I'd hold on to them, man. Chosen Rose, I didn't start Zach Ertz over Higbee. I think Higbee will still have a good week. And Ertz had a good game, but he didn't have a game that was lights out by any means. So, yeah, it's a little sad because I left Zach Ertz on my bench, but I also have Ertz and Dalton Schultz and Mike Gesicki. So, yeah. Niners worldwide, no best matchup. Forgot what that was in reference to. I've lost the earlier chat. So if you need anything repeated, let me know. Niners worldwide. I apologize. Chosen Rose, when do you think Bateman will do well? I'm going to be keeping my eyes peeled this weekend. We'll have to see, man. We'll have to see. I think he'll be quite good, though. I do believe in Bateman. Lucius, what's going on? Made a trade offer in 12-team league. I'd give up Julio Jones and Josh Jacobs for Justin Jefferson. I'd have Eckler, Robinson, Mitchell, and Darrell Williams at RB still. I think it's a good trade. I think it's a fair trade. I love Josh Jacobs, but don't get me wrong, man. I think Jefferson is a very, very consistent, high ceiling type a wide receiver for you. My only receivers on that team are Tyreek Hill, Julio, Beckham, and Tony. Then I think it's a good matchup. It's fair, or a good trade, excuse me. I think it's a fair trade on both sides, too. So I like that. I think it's a good trade. Gazelle, QB is Wilson. Oh, there you go. Jalord, what's going on? Hope you're doing well tonight. Any new faces out there? Hope you guys consider subscribing down below and becoming part of the Catch fam tonight. Hope you guys stick around for a while and have a good time in the stream. And everyone go and smash that like button as well. Let's try and get as many new viewers to the stream tonight as possible. Would you rather have Dallas or Ertz? I like both of them. I think Ertz could potentially improve with the Cardinals, of course, not competing with our guy, the Goodert. But for now, I feel like I'd rather have Dallas. Oh, I'm sorry. I was thinking Dalton Schultz. Sorry. But I don't mind Dallas Goddard either. So I like both of these offenses, the Eagles and the Cardinals. Dallas Goddard, when healthy, we know what to expect out of him. I still think we need to sit back and see kind of how the Cardinals implement Zach Ertz. I think it'll be good. I think everything will be fine. But at the same time, right at the very given moment, well, Dallas Goddard's on COVID list, so I guess I would rather have Zach Ertz. But I view them in pretty similar fashion, to be honest. Nathan, what's going on, man? Do I start DK Metcalf or Mike Williams this week? I think I lean Mike Williams in what should be a high-scoring game versus the Cardinals, right? DK Metcalf, I guess he showed some pretty good chemistry with Geno Smith. Don't get me wrong, but I am just a little bit worried about how the Seahawks team is going to roll out. Russell Wilson down, Chris Carson down. They're going to have to lean on Metcalf, so it could be very good, but I am a little bit worried overall. I think the game script for Mike Williams is great. Well, Prodigy, thank you, brother. Absolutely, man. Shout out to you, man. Gazelle, QB is Wilson, who's injured. Heineken, Mike Evans, Jamar Chase, Manuel Sanders, MJJ, Judy, JJ, CMC, Patterson. I'm going Felton as my RB as Pat is on bye this week. Should I try and trade? A lot of injuries, but I do think that your team is actually quite good when healthy. I think you're okay. I wouldn't hit the panic button trade. Down the stretch, I think you'll be all right. So just keep using the waiver wire to your advantage, and I think you'll be okay. Pukes2X, what's going on? Good to see you as always. Pick one RB and one flex, full PPR. Jacoby, Kadarius, Collins, and Felton. Honestly, I think I'd lean Jacoby and Kadarius, right? Collins, bad matchup. We don't know how that offense is going to roll out. And Felton, we just don't know what to expect. I mean, it's hard to say, right? I think you're just taking a little bit more of a gamble with Collins and Felton. It could work out, but it's hard to say. Gasell, trade CMC. I'm 1-4. I don't want to be Sacco. What do you advise? I'd hold on to CMC. I really don't want to see you guys lose CMC. I mean, you're dealing with a lot of injuries, right? Which I know is frustrating. I mean, Wilson, Judy, and CMC. But you're definitely probably going to want CMC down the road. Now, if you can get a good enough value out of CMC, I think it does make some sense, right? If you can get an RB1 and a low-end wide receiver 2, I think that would be okay. Maybe a low-end RB1 or RB2 and a low-end wide receiver 1 or wide receiver 2. I think it'd be fair and it would help out your roster. But just think about what CMC is going to offer when healthy. Nathan Jakey, do I start A-Rod or Dak? That's a good question. I mean, it's a tough matchup for Dak Prescott this week, right? I feel inclined to say Aaron Rodgers here, as the New England Patriots have been quite good against opposing quarterbacks. I mean, look what they did to Tom Brady, and then look what Tom Brady did the week after. Chicago has not been very good against opposing. Well, actually, they've been okay. But I think the safer play might be Aaron Rodgers. Is that crazy? Let us know in the chat for Nathan. Would you rather start Dak versus New England or Aaron Rodgers versus Chicago? We're on the go. Okay, I also view them as the same tier as Sutton Jones. Would you flex Gaskin, Herbert, or A.J. Brown over Sutton? I do like Gaskin this week, but the fact that you can flex Herbert, man, I think I consider flexing Herbert. Oh, I'm thinking, I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I was thinking Justin Herbert. And like kind of not a super flex, but there are leagues out there where you can flex quarterbacks. But I'm sorry. I don't mind Herbert versus Green Bay, but I think I'd lean Gaskin. I like this matchup this week. And I think that the Dolphins get him involved like they did last week. I think I like asking the most. Nick T, what's going on? Alex Collins or Miles Sanders this season, assuming Carson is out 4 to 5 weeks. I'm inclined to lean Alex Collins, although this week and next week it's bad matchups, right? Um, the Eagles just aren't using Miles Sanders, right? And we saw that drive at the end of the game, right? Thursday Night Football, where they were actually using Miles Sanders, and he was very productive on that drive. But throughout an entire game, they're just not utilizing him. And it's so frustrating. Eventually, he's got to have a good game, right? But I don't know how many he's going to have just due to the volume that he's seeing. So I guess I'm leaning Alex Collins there. Saul, what's going on? Hope you're doing well tonight. Pick one: Allen Robinson, Cole Beasley, or Henry Ruggs. I think I'd lean Cole Beasley. Oh, have PPR. I mean, Ruggs is going to give you the highest ceiling, but overall, that's a tough call. It's a tough call, Saul. I think that I'd personally lean. Sorry, guys, I had to do something there. I think I'm personally leaning towards Cole Beasley still. How did Beasley do last week? He didn't have that great of a game. It's wow. I don't think I'm leaning towards Allen Robinson at all. Gosh, Cole Beasley's been so inconsistent. He's coming off two of his worst games of the season, but this is just such a beautiful matchup, man. Uh, oh gosh, it's a tough call. Tough call. And I'm trying to think of it a half PPR perspective. I think I'd rank them Beasley, Ruggs, Robinson, but there's a little bit of gamble involved with all three of those guys. So, Christian, should I do Gibson and Claypool for Saquon? I'm 5-0. Yeah, or Gibson and Claypool. Sorry, at first I was thinking, uh, I don't think I'd do it. Let me know your full roster, Christian, but I don't think I'd do it. John, start Rooney or Hunter Renfro. Tooney. 2I. Tooney. I got you, brother. Uh Man, is it crazy that I'm not feeling good about Kadarius Tony this week? I don't know. Don't know if it's crazy, but uh, I think Hunter Renfro in full PPR is a good start this week. So if you're playing full PPR, I don't mind that start. If not, I think Tony, 2I, Rooney might give you a little bit of a gamble play, but it might pay off. Aussie Oracle, what's going on? I hope you're doing well tonight, man. Any new faces out there? Hope you guys consider subscribing down below, becoming part of the Catch fam tonight. But nonetheless, appreciate you guys coming out and showing some support. And everyone go and smash that like button as well while we're at it. Ayuka's on waivers. Should I drop Mooney or Bateman? I am sensing a post bye week bounce back for the former first rounder. I've kind of been speculating that about our guy Brandon Ayuk as well, right? He tends to turn it up in the second half of the season. So keeping my eye on Ayuk. I don't disagree with what you're saying, but I think that at the moment I'd hold on to Mooney and Bateman personally. But I think if you do drop one of them, you're not losing too much value. But honestly, I feel you there on the Ayuk sense. I had the same sense, but I just dropped him for Corey Davis in the Catch Fams 12-man league. So uh, I think I'd hold on to Mooney and Bateman if I were you. Nick T, Higby and Hill for Pitts and Diggs. I think I'd lean. I think I'd hold on to Higby and Hill, man. Love Pitts, love Stephon Diggs, but the ceiling that Hill gives you is there's not many other receivers in the league that give you that same ceiling. And I view Higby potentially a little bit more consistent than Pitts on the season. So I'd hold on to Higby and Hill. Elver G, what's going on? Jerry Judy or T.Y. Hill rest of the season? Jerry Judy all day. When Judy's healthy, yeah, I'd lean Jerry Judy all day. Luke, what's going on? Claypool or Thielen this week? I'd lean Claypool coming into this kind of wide receiver 2 position, right? No more Juju on the season, unfortunately. I think that Claypool is going to see an uptick in targets overall. Don't get me wrong, I don't mind Adam Thielen by any means, but uh, Seattle's secondary has been awful, and I think it's a great matchup for Chase Claypool. Nathan, DK, or Daryl Henderson? I'd lean Daryl Henderson. Just been so consistent this year. I love DK to death, but I want to see a full game with our guy Geno Smith at quarterback. Don't get me wrong, great chemistry, on that one drive, but I want to see a full game script before we make too many decisions on DK. Aussie says out over G 1000% Judy over Hilton. I think I agree with you, brother. Daniel 18913. Should I start Jacobs or Moss? Najee Harris torched the Denver Broncos defense last week, right? I think Josh Jacobs could do the same this week, but Moss is a great matchup. Great Monday Night Football matchup against Tennessee. Love both of those players. If you can start both of them, I consider it. But I think you can flip a coin, Daniel, and either way, you're going to end up with a good outcome. Hate to give that answer, guys, whatever I do, but sometimes it's the right answer, I guess. K9, I trade Darrell Henderson for Christian McCaffrey. Do you think it's a good deal? I don't. I think you could have probably gotten more. You traded Henderson for McCaffrey. Yes, I think it's a good deal. I love Darrell Henderson. He's got a lot of good matchups coming up. He's a fantastic player. He's been extremely consistent this year when he's not injured. Got nothing but good things to say about our guy D10Ds, but CMC when healthy is CMC. So yes, I think if that's all you gave up for CMC, I think it's a good deal. Emily, what's going on? Do I start T.Y. Hilton or Devontae Booker? I'd lean Devontae Booker. Let's not jump the gun too quick on T.Y. Hilton without seeing him back in full action, right? I'd lean Devontae Booker. He's going to get a lot of touches overall. Lambo time, I have Aaron Rodgers as my starter. I feel fine. So Rodgers over Dak, also starting the pack defense. Yeah, I think those are both good starts, my guy. I think Dak could still have a good game, but it's a tough matchup versus New England. Kyle Singer, excuse me, what's going on? Hope you're doing well tonight. Philly Mike, what's going on, man? Hope you're doing well. Christian, should I do Claypool and Gibson for Saquon and Pittman? I'm 5-0. I think I lean Claypool and Gibson here. Honestly, when healthy, of course, I lean Saquon. I still really like Gibson. I think I'm leaning Claypool over Pittman, but I really like Pittman as well. So I think in the long term, it's a good trade. If you're receiving Saquon and Pittman, that is. Yo, 193. Myers, Josh, Jacobs, Tony, or Alex Collins in my flex. They're all fine options, but I'd lean Josh Jacobs, my guy. And I think that should solve your problem there. K9, I did not mean to say I trade Henderson. Okay, I see now. I got sent the offer. Okay. Then I'd hold on to CMC, man. I would. I'd hold on to CMC. All right, let's see here. Christian, should I start Dak or Matthew Stafford? I think I'd lean Matthew Stafford. It's a tough matchup for Dak. Love Dak. He can always have a high ceiling, always have a good game. But I lean Matthew Stafford against the Giants, right? A little bit better matchup than the Patriots. Premium UTA, what's going on? Start, sit. Running backs flex already played Daryl Williams, Najee Harris, Chuba Hubbard. Let's see here. Already played. Start, sit, running backs flex already played. Not exactly sure what you're asking, but out of those guys, I'd lean Najee Harris and Chuba Hubbard if I had to pick two. Philly Mike, do you think CeeDee Lamb and T.Y. Hilton's for T against Chuba Hubbard is a solid trade if you needed running back help? Yeah, I do actually. I think it's a good trade. Yeah. And I see that that's the trade you made. I did process it. So it has been processed. K9, I got sent the offer. Okay, I see that now. Bryant, how are you doing? I'm doing well, man. Hope you're doing fantastic tonight. Good to see you as always. Let me know if you got any fantasy questions for the weekend. Kyle Singer, who's a running back you would keep an eye on from the waiver wire? That's a good question. It just depends on what or how many teams are in your league, right? Um, because overall it's gonna that's gonna kind of make an impact. Um, it's hard to say. Like in mine Stevens 12-man league, there's like no one. I mean, Felton's like the only guy. I mean, of course, you want to keep an eye on him. Sony Michelle, I'd keep an eye on with some of those injuries, possibly to Henderson. Le'Veon Bell, is it crazy to say? Kenyon Drake is available in this league, probably worth keeping an eye on. Yeah, Gainwell is available, probably worth keeping an eye on. Like I said, uh, the New England Patriots backfield is worth keeping an eye on, of course. It just depends. It's a 12-man league. Okay, I see now. So those are really the only players, right? I mean, we're monitoring the Browns, the Bears, the Rams, maybe the Eagles, the Ravens. Um, but that's about it at the moment, right? If Alex Collins is out there, he's definitely worth picking up for now. Um, but that's all I can think of, right? All right, let's see here. Yo, 193 Super Bowl prediction. Wow, it's hard to say. Is Bills and Buccaneers crazy to say? I don't know. I don't think so. Christian, should I do Claypool and Gibson for Saquon and Pittman? That's my team. Try to copy and paste. I don't know how to send it. Okay. Let me know if you have any updates there. Mecky to go. Brown, Mixon, or Tony, or Claypool. Assuming it's Hollywood Brown, I'd lean Hollywood Brown all day. Absolutely. Wild Prodigy, Aaron Jones isn't 100%. Do you think Dylan can have a higher snap percentage versus the last 2 weeks? I do think that Aaron Jones will be not 100% pretty often on the season, so I don't want to feed too much into it. But also, yes, I do think that AJ Dillon is a very valuable handcuff running back to have right now, and someone you can consider starting in the flex. But just know that there could be a low floor involved, and that Aaron Jones might steal the day. So Aaron Jones quite frequently has had some injuries, so he's also a veteran player, right? He can miss time, he can miss practices, and still go out there and take the whole day. But it's a good evaluation, and I don't think you're wrong. But um, it's a little bit of gamble, right? Philly Mike, no Steven tonight. No Steven tonight, unfortunately. Might have him in the chat at some point, but that's all tonight. Premium UTA sent. Week 2 sent away Waller and CEH for Najee and Goddard. Win or lose trade. I think you lose at the tight end spot, of course. Goddard's not going to have nearly as good a season as Waller. But at the running back position, you definitely want, right? You got rid of CH, who's now injured, but also on the season, I think Najee Harris is going to have a much, much, much better season overall. So, uh, yeah, of course, it's a fair trade by all means, but yeah, at the RB position, you definitely want it. At the tight end position, not so much, but that's okay, man. All right, let's see here. Blammo time. I'm glad my buy couples happened this week. No Davis Patterson, Corey Davis, and Michael Carter, Jonathan Taylor. My waiver pickup, Daryl Williams is going to play. Let's go. I like it. I think that's a good waiver pickup for the week, and I think you'll survive. Like you named it, buy Cockblix. I can't even pronounce that. Jay Bowling, legit question. Should I start Myers or Tony in flex and Darrell Williams or Khalil as RB2? Thanks going up against Derrick Henry. Yikes. I definitely lean. I don't mind Darrell Williams by any means, but I'm still a little suspicious about these Chiefs and how they're going to roll out these running backs. So I think I'd lean Khalil Herbert there. And then between Myers and Tony, don't mind Myers, but we should see Diggs lining up against him from the Cowboys. It's not a great matchup. So I think I'd lean Kadarius Tony and roll the dice there. Bryant, my opponent has owned 5 and has Derek Carr as his quarterback. I think I should win. There you go. Let's go. Kyle Singer, what about the Browns? Yeah, sorry, I meant to mention them. But if I didn't, yeah, they are a team that we want to keep an eye on at the RB position for sure. Wyatt, what's going on, brother? Shout out to my guy Wyatt coming out to the stream, throwing out the football emojis. Good to see you, man. Hope you're having a great weekend. And shout out to you. That's my boy right there, Wyatt. VCG, should I start Gaskins, Khalil Herbert, or Collins? Yikes. I think, it's a bad matchup for Collins. So I think I'm going to rank him last. And then I think I'd put Herbert. I guess that's fair. Uh, Combining his names. Then I think I put Khalil Herbert in the middle, but I like Gaskins this week versus Miami. It's a good matchup. London football defense is out the air, right? So I think I'd personally lean Gaskins, but I won't be recommending Gaskins on a regular basis like we talked about a little bit earlier tonight. Um, so yeah, I think that I would start Gaskins this week, but then after that, we'll come back and reevaluate next week. And then I think I like Herbert the second most and Collins the least. Philly Mike, Chuba Hubbard and Mike Evans for Gibson. Yeah, I think it's a fair trade. Yeah, I think it'll help. Zippies, Waddle, Marvin Jones, or Henry Ruggs. Pick one. It's a good question. Good question. I think I'd take a chance on yikes. Man, I think you take a chance on Waddle if Tua plays, right? I mean, the chemistry between Tua and Waddle is for real. I think you can roll the dice on Waddle. And I think Marvin Jones is second, but don't forget he's probably going to face up against Xavier Howard. So it's tough, but I think I'd rank Henry Ruggs last. I think as long as Tua plays, I'd lean towards starting Waddle. All right, let's see. Premium UTA. Sorry to ask so many questions. No worries at all, man. That's what we're here for. We're going to be here for quite some time. So if you've got any questions, feel free to shout them out. I have a huge dilemma with tight ends. Pitts, Gronk, Goodart, and streaming Seals Jones this week. Who do I keep and who do I drop? Wow. I think after this week, you could probably drop Seals Jones and just roll with Pitts and still Gronk until Gronk comes back. But listen, man, having tight end depth is not a bad thing in my personal opinion. I really don't mind having tight end depth whatsoever. So I think that, yeah, definitely it's okay to stream Seals Jones this week. It's a good matchup. I mean, Logan Thomas should be back in what, 2 to 3 more weeks? I mean, he's not out that long. So um, I think that I would drop Seals Jones and then just roll with Pitts until, or Pitts or Goddard for that matter, until Gronk is back, and then maybe you can look to moving on from Goddard or Pitts, maybe making them a part of a trade or dropping them for a better player. But at the same time, I think it's okay to have 3 starting tight ends if you're hurting at other positions. We've seen a lot of injuries this year, and starting tight ends can be of extreme value. Those kind of top 10, top 12 guys, right? It's pretty limited, but if you have 3 or 4 of them, then it's helping your roster. So, yeah, I think if I had to pick one to get rid of, it'd probably be Seals Jones, but he might have a pretty big game this week against Kansas City. VCG, you're welcome, of course. Flex Lord Chico, what's going on? Hope you're doing well. Or Chino, excuse me. Hope you're doing well tonight. I'm drafting late and I have the first pick. Who do you think I should pick up? Derrick Henry. All day long, it should be Derrick Henry, Flex Lord Chino. After that, you can maybe consider Eckler, but I'm leaning Derrick Henry all day long. Draft King Henry. Real goaded. Do you think I should start Mooney over Allen Robinson or Mooney over Marvin Jones or don't start him at all? Yeah, I think you should start Mooney over Allen Robinson for sure. I think you can roll the dice on Jones, but like I said, he should be facing Xavier Howard. So I don't feel fantastic there. But yeah, if I had to start one of those Bears receivers right now with Justin Fields at QB, I'd roll with Mooney. Philly Mike, start one. Jonathan Taylor, Joe Mixon, and Antonio Gibson or DeAndre Swift. I'm leaning Jonathan Taylor versus Houston. I like the momentum coming from last week, so I'd lean with Jonathan Taylor. All good options, though, right? Swift, Mixon, a little banged up, so maybe I put Gibson second. But like all four of those guys, I think they're all going to have pretty good days, right? Marky Mark, I like Waddle Tua plays. Yeah, I agree. Marky Mark, been debating on AJ Green or Waddle, neither to start, but more of a stash. I currently have AJ. Yeah, I view them in kind of similar fashion, right? Um, but I think they're both great players to stash. Marky Mark, yeah, absolutely. Um, I think that Waddle could end up being the better of the bunch, right? Just having more wide receiver one type value. Um, so I think that's who I'd lean with. But I don't mind stashing AJ Green as well. I think they're both very good. One more time. Do you think Aaron Rodgers and Devontae Adams will end up being stack of the season? They certainly could be. Yeah, certainly could be. It looks like the Buccaneers have too many weapons for Tom Brady and someone to become one of them. And I mean, Rodgers and Adams really were the stack last season, right? Maybe Herbert and Williams, right? Maybe Lamar and Hollywood. Is that crazy to say? Mahomes and Kelsey, Mahomes and Hill are always going to be in play too. But Rodgers and Adams are easily up there, man. 100% up there. If they're not number one, they gotta be number two or three, right? We'll have to see though. But they were definitely the stack last season. There's a team in my team's personal league last year who uh, made some playoffs just based off having Aaron Rodgers and Devontae Adams. So yeah, Bobby Shmurda, what's going on? Uh, Shout out Bobby Shmurda. Shmurda time. Uh, wow, I haven't listened to Bobby Shmurda in a minute. But gosh, I'm looking it up because I really forgot. Oh, okay. Well, I guess I can't say. Yeah, there's a couple of Bobby Shmurda songs I like. We'll just put it that way. Bench one: Deontay, Tyreek, Jefferson, McLaurin. Yikes! Yikes! Wish you could start all those guys. Wish you could start all of them. Wow. If I had, I mean, Deontay Johnson has the hardest matchup, but he's proven this season that he can go up against number one corners and be okay. So it's hard for me to tell you to bench him. McLaurin, you have to start versus his Kansas City secondary in a game where Washington will have to try and keep up with the Chiefs. Uh, Tyreek, once again, in that same game, I think you have to start. Oh, gosh. Between Jefferson and Deontay, that's so tough. I'm going to say Deontay Johnson, but I don't like it. I don't like it at all. He's going up against Patrick Surtain. He's been great, but still rookie. And Deontay has, I mean, the 1 week I told you guys to bench Deontay versus the Packers and Jair Alexander, he burnt Jair Alexander in the first quarter. So uh, I don't like it, but I think that's where I'm leaning. I've got that wrong. The Broncos do not play the Steelers. I've got that wrong. Let me double check here. I'm getting my weeks mixed up. All right, let's see here. Deontay Johnson is facing Seattle. I'm so sorry. Start Deontay Johnson. Yeah, I'm so sorry. Um, Jefferson's got the worst matchup, but how do you bench Jefferson? You're blowing my mind right now, Bobby Smurda. Um, Yikes. Jefferson's got the worst matchup. I guess you bench Jefferson. Sorry for the mix up there, guys. LeBron's brain, Higgins or Emmanuel Sanders? I'd lean Sanders versus Tennessee. Just such a good matchup. Good to see you, brother. Let me know if you got any other questions all the night. But that's an easy one for me. I'm starting Sanders. Do you love T. Higgins? But I'm starting Sanders. Zippy's Howard is currently out for the Jags game. Does this change your stance on Waddle versus Jones? Okay, great update. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah, kind of. But what, Brian Jones will still probably be taking Marvin Jones? I think I like Waddle this week as long as Tua plays. If Tua's not playing, then I think you roll Jones. Hopefully that's helpful. If not, let me know. But I got one of those feelings. I think you can certainly start Jones. Don't get me wrong. But yeah, this Miami defense has been bad, but their corners are still good. So it's tough to say. Blamo Time, new subscriber here, by the way. Awesome live stream and channel. Appreciate that support, man. 100% congratulations becoming part of the Catch fam. And hope you enjoy the stream. Stick around for a bit, man. Appreciate that support. Well, Prodigy, Steelers, Panthers, Packers, defense. Yikes. Yikes, 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 yikes. All good choices. I think I'm leaning towards the Packers versus Justin Fields. I think that's where I'm at with those guys. Yeah. Is that crazy? I don't think so. Like the Panthers, but I think Minnesota's going to be okay. And well, the Steelers are playing Seattle and Geno Smith. Start the Steelers, Wild Prodigy. Start the Steelers all day long. Freeman UTA. I normally don't go with stacks alone because the boom week is not always going to happen. My buddy had Hill and Mahomes against me last week. Fair enough. That's the risk. On weeks where the offense does really well, you have a great week. If the offense has a bad week, then you're kind of screwed. Although sometimes the offense can have a bad week and the quarterback and the receiver can perform. But that's a great point. It's 100% a great point. Jerry, I need Lamar, Henry, Henderson, Lockett, and Andrews to have good games. My other 5 players are a hit or miss. Well, then I am certainly crossing my fingers, Jerry, for Lamar, Henry, Henderson, Lockett, and Andrews. And I think they can all definitely have good games. All right. Catch Fam is killing it tonight. Late night stream, already an hour by. Jeez. That felt like 5 minutes. I don't know how time goes by so quick in the live streams, guys. Probably going to go through my rosters here. And you know what, man? I could probably just pull them up on the screen. So we might do that, just show you guys where I'm at for the week. I'm looking pretty rough in my 20-man league, though. So yeah, we can pull up our rosters and we'll see how we're going. Jerry, I was a fan the second I heard we were both Lamar owners. Jerry, you know I got you, brother. You know we're Lamar owners all day out here. Raymond UTA, do you think you could give my team a rating? 12-man PPR, Dak, Najee, Saquon, Mike Evans, Jamar Chase, Cooper Kupp, Pitts, Rams defense, and Q. Yeah, when Saquon's healthy, that's an A+ team. Hands down. Yeah. Love Dak as your starting QB. Love Najee Harris as your RB1. Saquon, when healthy, a fantastic RB2 or RB1, however you want to look at it. So as long as he can fill the void of Saquon, I think you're fine. Mike Evans, high ceiling, low floor, but I don't mind the play on a weekly basis. Then having Jamar Chase and Cooper Kupp is just filthy. Pitts, great tight end, finally starting to get the production out of him that we want. Love the Rams defense. Love Younghoe Q. Think as long as your bench looks okay and you can fill in the voids of bye weeks for Kyle Pitts, injury to Saquon Barkley, that's an A+ team, man. No doubt about it. Great job. All right, let's see if I can't get my 12-man roster pulled up here. Oh gosh, I have to remember my password. For any of you guys watching when I did the live stream for my personal league and everything crashed, I had to try and sign in. Because that was awesome. And I couldn't remember my password. Luckily, it looks like I know my password now. So we should be able to get this pulled up. All right, let's see. Noah, what's going on? Good to see you here as always. All right, I'm going to go ahead. I'm not going to pull up my team because it's obviously causing some lag in the stream. So the NFL site takes up, I don't know, it makes everything laggy. So we're not going to do that. Should I trade CMC and Zach Moss for Saquon and Darrell Henderson? Jerry says, damn, a gamble for a gamble. I like it. I don't think it's a bad trade. CMC injured, Saquon injured. Who's going to get you more production right now, Moss or Henderson? Henderson's got some mean matchups coming up. A lot of volume in that Bills offense as a whole. I don't hate it. I don't mind both sides of it. I think it's fair trade. So I think you could roll the dice there. I don't think it'll hurt you too much in the long run. I don't hate that trade. Premium UTA bench is Gronk, Goodart, Daryl Williams, Chuba, Boswell with Q on bye, and Danny Dimes. That's a good team. You can certainly fill in those voids as well. Good tight end depth. Some good handcuff situations at running back. Good backup quarterback behind Dak in the same division. I like that team a lot, Premium UTA. Solid A+, man. Size 1K, what's going on? Hope you're doing fantastic tonight. Hope you consider subscribing down below, becoming part of the Catch fam. But I do appreciate you just coming out tonight to the late night Saturday night stream. Let's get into the question. Which two should I start? Hopkins, Moore, and Scary Terry? Great question. Can you start all three? Do you have a better flex play? I love this matchup for Hopkins. Love the game script versus Cleveland. I look for this to be a high-scoring game. So I like Hopkins a lot this week. DJ Moore, I like the matchup versus Minnesota, right? And it's just hard to bench DJ Moore at the volume he's seen, with especially with CMC out. Scary Terry, I think, is the must-start, though. Kansas City's secondary has been awful, and I like to start quite a bit. So if you can start all three, I think you consider it. But if you can't, I think the lowest scoring game is the Panthers and Vikings. So I think you start Hopkins and Scary Terry, but gosh, it hurts to recommend benching DJ Moore. I don't like that recommendation. So let me know what you're thinking. Size 1K. Premium UTA. One guy in my league managed to get away with Eckler and Henry from the draft. That is insane. That is robbery. Should not be allowed. Shout out to that one guy in your league. Fantastic job. But that's insanity. Joshua, Javonte or Daryl Williams, I don't know who to choose. They both have the same productivity. I'd lean Javonte Williams this week, man. It's coming soon. We've been talking about it on the channel. Eventually, he's going to turn up, right? He's going to solidify himself as the RB1. And it could be this week. We'll see, right? But between those two guys, I just think that he's got the higher ceiling. Good matchup versus the Raiders, right? Melvin Gordon's banged up. Gosh, I mean, he had a pretty good week last week with only 8 rushing attempts and 3 receptions. So I like him this week, man. The Raiders are allowing 133 rushing yards per game this season. I like him quite a bit this week. I might actually be starting him this week over Khalil Herbert or Devontae Booker. If you're wondering, I have Christian McCaffrey and David Montgomery on my team, and James Robinson, who's saving my life right now. But yeah, I think it's a good start this week for sure. I'd lean Javonte. Let's see. Sorry, I lost my spot, guys. A-Rod 99, what's going on? Good to see you, brother. What's up, bro? This Sunday, should I go Lockett or A.J. Brown? I think I'm inclined to lean A.J. Brown, but it's a tough matchup, right, against the Bills. But I just don't like we just don't know how Tyler Lockett's going to play behind Geno Smith as starting quarterback. Sorry. So I think I'd lean A.J. Brown as he just has the higher ceiling. What should potentially be at least a game where the Titans are going to at least be trying to stay competitive. So I think I'd lean A.J. Brown. It's a tough call. Not a good situation for either of those guys. Jerry, now that I know you're 3 hours ahead of me, it's crazy thing about those streams that go to 11 to 12 PST. It's not that late for me, but it's nearly 2 to 3 a.m. for you. That's just some dedication. Yeah, I wish I could do it more often. We ended up going pretty long last night. We were supposed to end at 10, and then one thing led to another, right? Um, but yeah, I appreciate that shout out. Saturday night's really the only night I can do it that long, but I appreciate it, man. And yeah, fully dedicated to the catch fam. You already know, man. Steve Johnson, what's going on? Should I trade Scary Terry and Hawkinson for Waller and Lockett? I'd say no. I think you get an upgrade at the tight end position, but I don't feel great about the trade off at receiver. I'd personally, on the season, I'd rather have Terry McLaurin. I think will be much more consistent. If you're not hurting at receiver and you want the upgrade at tight end, if you want the consistency at tight end, then I think it's okay. But if you're not feeling great about your receivers, I don't think it's an even trade at the receiver position. Jerry, as a Lockett owner, I'd rather have Terry. There you go. Fair enough. Herbert Brown, Taylor or Carr in standard. I think I'm leaning Carr. Or well, I like Taylor Heineke a lot this week. Yeah, I think you can start Taylor Heineke. Kansas City is not good defensively. Taylor Heineke's got the better matchup. Lou DDD, what's going on? Hope you're doing fantastic. Standard League, Hubbard, Zach Moss, Claypool, pick two. I'd lean Zach Moss against the Titans and Claypool versus Seattle. Just the better matchups overall. Minnesota's been pretty good against the run. Not the best, not the worst, just kind of good, but it's still just a much better matchup for Moss and Claypool. Heineke or Trevor Lawrence. I like both of them this week, but Heineke does technically have the better matchup. But I'm starting Trevor Lawrence in my 20-man league, if that makes you feel any better. Premium UTA prediction for tomorrow morning. This game could go either way. It really could. But I got a feeling the Jags are going to step up tomorrow, maybe get their first W. But either way, this game could definitely go in either direction. Richard Gloss. What's up, Richard? What are you up to, Richard? Let me know. Alex Collins or Chuba in the flex. I'm leaning Chuba here. I mean, I know we just recommended sitting him, but between those two guys, right? Alex Collins is just going to be 100% touchdown dependent. It's a bad matchup versus the Steelers. Um, I'm just going to roll with Chuba between those two guys, Richard. Steve Johnson, I have Kelvin Ridley and Chris Godwin at receiver. Then I don't think it's that bad of a trade. You're getting an immediate upgrade at the tight end position. And I think down the stretch, Lockett could be okay and everything, but I would rank Scary Terry over Ridley and Chris Godwin, right? And I think it could cause a problem for you at the receiver position because Ridley, Godwin, and Lockett have been a little bit inconsistent, although they always have high ceilings, right? I don't hate it, right? But overall, if you want the upgraded tight end, I think you can do it. Blamo time, I think you're right on about Monday Night Football as a Bills fan. I remember a loss to Tennessee, revenge game. Yeah. I think the Bills are going to play quite well Monday night. Blake, what's going on? In PPR, I have Darrell Williams, Khalil Herbert, Gaskin, and Jacoby Myers. Who do I put at RB2 and flex? I think I'm leaning Gaskin and Herbert here. And then I'd rank Williams and Myers. Myers probably going to be matched up against Diggs, not a good matchup. I just have a good feeling about Khalil Herbert, and I've been a little bit lower on Darrell Williams than most people. Sure, the Chiefs are the Chiefs, but we just don't exactly know how they're going to implement this running game, and they haven't really been relying on the running game either. Uh, Washington's better up front than they are in the secondary, although they haven't played great this season like many were expecting. But I think personally, if it's my roster, I'd roll the dice on Herbert, and then I'd roll with Gaskin in a good matchup. Jerry, with the Bills being the number one defense, do you think they shut out Henry? No, I don't think Henry's going to have as good of a game as he's been having, but I'm not going to be surprised if he has double digits this week. You know, my answer is still no. I don't think he can shut out Henry. Maybe not as good of a game as we've seen the last couple weeks against some of these very bad teams, but he's still going to have a good game. He's still going to be Derrick Henry. So I don't think they'll shut him out. Lou Triple D, you're welcome, man. Any new faces out there, go ahead, hit that sub button down below, become part of the Catch fam tonight, and keep the fantasy questions rolling. And guys, go ahead and smash that like button if you haven't already. Let's go ahead and try and get the stream to as many new viewers as possible. Richard Glass, still playing New World. I have not played New World. Um, oh, it's online. Looking it up. Oh, this looks sick. Oh, it's a new game too. Nice. Yeah, looks fun. Looking at Google reviews. I like this game a lot, so much that it made me unsub from WOW after playing both classic through retail. Okay, this is a very long review. I'm not going to read that. Sick. It looks like, what is this like? Oh, okay. So it's from Amazon. They took a long time to develop it. Nice. It's like fun. Ooh, 3.2 on Google ratings, Richard. MMO filled with danger and opportunity. Nice. Yeah, it looks fun. We should start a channel, Richard, just play New World. Jerry, I still have faith on Henry, but I'm a little nervous. You got to start him, man. I think he'll be fine, Jerry. Marky Mark, thanks for reminding me about the London game. Absolutely, man. Yeah, you got to look out for those London games. They're sneaky. Most apps should give you an alert, most fantasy apps, but not all of them do. Steve Johnson, thanks for the advice. Absolutely, brother. That's what we're here for. Bamboo, what's going on? Should I trade Thielen for Cooks? I don't hate that trade. Yeah. If it's full PPR, yeah. Richard Glass, thoughts on a four-man Bills stack? Allen Moss, Diggs, Knox. I think it's fine. Is that a bad answer? I think it's fine, especially in weeks like this versus Tennessee. Why the hell not, man? Kyle Ellis, what's going on? Good to see you as always. Hope you're doing well tonight. Would you trade Jamar Chase for Allen? Let's see. Sorry, I lost my spot. Jamar Chase for Allen in PPR Keeper League. We keep 3 every year, no penalties or anything. As of now, I think I'm keeping Henry, Taylor, and either DK, AJ Brown, or Jamar Chase. I'd hold on to Jamar Chase all day freaking long, and I'd keep. Ooh, it's really tough between those receivers. But for now, I would not do the trade, and we're going to have to see the season progresses before you decide who you're going to keep. But yeah, it's a good question, Kyle, but I'd hold on to Jamar Chase. Jerry, I'm using this stream as a break from my essay. I'll be back in a bit. No worries, Jerry. Go do your essay, brother. But we'll see you soon. Premium UTA, I'm going to guess 80 yards for Henry with a couple grabs with the receiving touchdown. Yeah, I'm right in that ballpark. You know, a lower ceiling than usual, but I still am expecting 12 to 15 points at worst. At worst. Lucas Kim, Tony, Alex Collins, or Khalil Herbert PPR. I got a good feeling about Khalil Herbert. Don't ask me why. I'm starting him. Just feel good. Don't ask me why. I think Alex Collins has the worst matchup. I think personally, I'd rank those guys: Herbert, Tony, then Collins. Richard Glass is an MMO. Yeah, I did. You saw my deep research on the game. Christian, should I do Gibson for Saquon? As long as your RB depth is fine for the time being, with you losing Gibson, then yeah, I don't think it's bad. Tasha Cart, Christian, you're 5-0. Yeah, as long as you're fine with your running backs, because you're not going to be able to play Saquon for a couple weeks, I think it's fine. Tasha Cart, start Myers or Rondell Moore. I think you could take a gamble on Rondell Moore this week, guys. Should be a high-scoring affair versus Cleveland. Myers going to be matched up against Diggs more than likely. You could roll the dice there, Tasha Cart. Philly Mike, hey, John, thoughts on Herbert? I love Herbert right now, but we don't know when Williams is going to come back, right? And as soon as Monty comes back, I don't know that Herbert has that much value. But this week, I love Herbert. So, yeah. Let's see. Made for TV _ what is up? What is up? The most loyal A1 Day 1 to the Catch fam. Good to see you, brother. Hope you're doing fantastic. Hope you're having a great weekend. Let's go 49ers. Let's go Niners. Shout out Made for TV. Hope they have a good week, man. Good weekend, I should say. And yeah, hope you're doing well. It's good to have you here as always, my guy. Always, always good to have you here. Let me know if you have any questions on your fantasy lineups for the weekend. Philly Mike, where's Jason Kenobi at? I'm not sure. He's in here a little bit earlier. He might be in here. He might be chilling. I'm not exactly sure. Philly Mike, Burrow or Heineke? I think you can roll the dice on Heineke versus Kansas City. Like the matchup quite a bit. Don't mind Burrow either, though. Blammo time. Should I be stoked about having Cordero Patterson as RB2 with Jonathan Taylor? He's like having an additional wide receiver in PPR. Yes. Yes. I love where Cordero Patterson's at, man. I think you continue to start him until we see this production drop off. Can I talk? Drop off. His PPR value is insane. Just hold on to him and keep playing him. I love the stack of him with Jonathan Taylor, man. Philly, Mike Adams or Hill. Love both of those guys. Really, really tough to decide. I think Tyreek Hill's due for a big game, though. Maybe I'm inclined to lean towards Hill. Chicago's been pretty good defensively, but that doesn't really matter to Devontae Adams. So I think I'd lean Hill, but I'm not going to not recommend Devontae Adams. Mr. Matt J. Kim, if Mike Williams plays, you think he'll be healthy enough to beat DJ Moore? Yes, I do, but I love DJ Moore as well. Don't get me wrong. Nothing bad to say about DJ Moore, but I don't mind either of those plays. You can start both of them. You might want to consider it. But good to see you, Mr. Matt J. Kim. Let me know if you got any other questions on the night. Tajay Carp, yeah, should be fun to watch. Rondell Moore. How about Beasley versus Moore? I mean, I like Beasley this week. I mean, I like all these Bills players, but it's tough call, right? He's target dependent. I don't know how many targets are going to be available in this offense, even on a big night, right? He's been very inconsistent as well. So I don't mind starting Beasley, but I just think Moore's got the most upside out of those guys. Philly Mike, Booker, Williams, or Herbert, flex full PPR. Ooh. Ooh, that's tough. I think Herbert and Booker offer more PPR value, but I guess Williams does at some point too. That's a tough one. I think you're going to be okay with any of those decisions. Made for TV underscore had to sit Mike Williams, but I've been burnt several times by players being limited after game time decisions. My only option is Pittman right now. I like Pittman this week. I don't mind Pittman this week at all. Um, but I definitely want to start Mike Williams if you can, right? Philly Mike, Kareem Hunt at flex or Henderson. Oh, that's tough. Tough, tough, tough. I feel like I'm leaning Henderson there. That's because Kareem's been a little banged up. And the Chargers have been pretty good up front. But I don't want to recommend benching Kareem Hunt at all. So it's hard to say. But guts telling me lean Henderson. But Hunt's still a top 5 fantasy running back right now. So hard to say. Flip a coin. Either side's going to be pretty good overall. Made for TV underscore over 300 subscribers. You love to see it. Yeah, it's crazy. Community is just growing day by day. Shout out to all you guys. Shout out to all of the Catch fam. Your guys' support is amazing. Made for TV underscore, one of our first subscribers. So shout out to you, man. Love to see you here. Love to see you continuing to support the channel. But shout out to all of our subscribers, man. On the road to 400, wow, I can't talk tonight. On the road to 400 subscribers. So it's truly amazing. Shout out to all you guys. Can't explain how much the love and support means, man. KA9, good plays. Do you think my wide receiver is good? I have Tyreek Hill, Devontae Adams, and Justin Jefferson. Yes, yes, 1000%. Absolutely. 1000%. I think that your wide receivers are fine. You should not do anything to change them. Justin Young, Deontay Henderson, or Gibson in full PPR at the flex. Yikes. Hunter Henry or Fant in full PPR. I'd lean Hunter Henry between those two guys this week. But Deontay Henderson or Gibson. Whew. Deontay's got the best matchup, man. But yikes. You're gonna be fine no matter who you start. I'd rank them Deontay Henderson and Gibson. You guys know I usually lean RB, so that's tough for me. But Deontay's matchup is beautiful versus Seattle. So, yeah. K9, who are your RBs then? Ezekiel Elliott and Najee Harris. My backup is Christian McCaffrey. Wow. Your team is loaded. Stick with those RBs and those receivers. Justin Young, what's going on? Deontay Henderson or Gibson in full. Oh, I'm so sorry. I just read that. So sorry. Justin Young, Swift or Hollywood at the flex? I'd lean Hollywood. Yeah, I'd lean Hollywood between the two, especially since it's full PPR. I like Swift quite a bit, though. Sea Dog, what's going on? Hope you're doing well tonight. Any new faces out there? Hope you guys consider subscribing down below, becoming part of the catch fam tonight. But I do appreciate you guys just coming out and joining the stream for a bit, throwing some fantasy Q&A my way as well. And go ahead and smash that like button while we're at it, guys. Let's get as many new viewers to the stream as possible. Pick 2, DK, Thielen, Woods, Myers, Hollywood, Brown. I would lean Woods and Hollywood Brown this week. Typically, I lean DK, but with Geno Smith at starting position, I mean, we've seen some good chemistry between those two, but I just want to see a full game script before we jump the gun there. Don't get me wrong, the Seahawks kind of have to rely on DK, right? I mean, of course, Lockett's there as well, but I just feel the best out of Hollywood Brown and Robert Woods. Philly Mike, you need a Waterloo, John. Yeah, I do have one. Do not worry, Philly Mike. K9, I'm sorry, I already read that one. Philly Mike, Jason offered me a trade for Swift. Jason, in a TT leaguer. What? K9, just trade a lot. Yeah, shout out. I mean, your roster is loaded, homie. Philly Mike, Jamar Chase or Justin Jefferson. This week I'd lean Jamar Chase. Love both of them. Jefferson's got the tougher matchup. Richard Glass, we should make a 2-man league. Jason Kenobi. I would love to see that. Keep me updated if you guys do put that together. Justin Young, if I have Eckler, Hunt, Henderson, Gibson, Javonte, Hubbard, are my running backs okay? Are you okay to trade away Gibson for CMC straight up in full PPR? Yes. Yes, I am. You can start Eckler and Hunt and Henderson on a weekly basis. So I love Gibson, but you don't necessarily need him. And you're getting potentially the best running back in all fantasy football. And in the meantime, you can start Hubbard. And you also got Javonte Williams with that upside just glaring, waiting around to happen. So, yeah, Justin Young, absolutely. I think you can trade Gibson for CMC. Philly, Mike Amon-Ra, St. Brown, or Rashad Bateman in the flex. I'm still trying to see an actual sample size from Bateman before we start him, so I'd lean Amon-Ra, St. Brown. Jason Kenobi, you playing in a league a bunch of idiots. Maybe, but looks like K9 is balling out right now. Premium UTA Philly, I think you could take a chance on Bateman. I don't hate it. I love Bateman. Loved him in the offseason, preseason. I just I get worried with that actual sample size. But you can always roll the dice. Don't mind it at all. Jason Kenobi, we should. Yeah. You and Richard should absolutely start a 2-man league. I'd love to see that. Sea Dog, do you think Fields will be any good by the end of the year? Am I able to drop him for another QB to be my backup? That's a good question. It's a very good question. Personally, in my 20-man league, I just dropped him for Tua, and there's no one else available as starting quarterback other than Justin Fields. I think Mills might be out there as well. So those are the only starting quarterbacks. So, and this is a very competitive league, a big money league, and him being available speaks a lot of volume to me. Let me know who the other backup quarterbacks are that you're looking at, Sea-Dog, because I do think it's okay. Now I say I want to drop Fields for Wentz. I would do it. Let's see here. Justin Young, Deontay, or Jefferson in full PPR this week. So hard to choose between those guys. I mean, just looking at the matchup, Deontay's got the better matchup versus Seattle, so I guess you lean that way. But don't get me wrong, man. Jefferson's Jefferson. Like, it's so hard to choose. But I guess just looking at matchup, I'd lean Deontay. But I love me some Justin Jefferson. Justin Young, just subscribe to you, brother. Appreciate that, man. Appreciate that you showing support. And congratulations on becoming part of the Catch fam. Looking forward to having you in many more of the live streams. K9, do you think Waller is going to be a good tight end? I hear yes and no. Yes, of course he'll be good. Yes, of course. He'll be fine. He'll be absolutely fine. Zach Giles, Lockett or Waddle in the flex. I lean Waddle as long as two is playing. As long as two is playing, man. Jason Jesus, don't tell me you have Waller too. K9. K9 does. Kyle L. 7-man PPR league trade. Chuba, 10th round pick, 12th round pick for two 8th round picks. I have Chuba starting right now, but if I do trade him, I can replace him with Edmonds or AJ Brown. I think that's fine. Yeah. As long as I can start Edmonds, I think that's fine. K9, I have Kyler as my QB. Yikes. Yikes. Don't tell me you've lost a game, K9. Team is crazy. Kyle, also the 8th round picks are more valuable than a normal 8th round. Okay. Then yeah, I think you can make that trade. Time, anyone over Fields, and do you think Kingsbury being out will affect Cardinals fantasy? Maybe to some degree, but this team is talented enough. I think they'll be okay. Philly Mike, DeAndre Swift, Antonio Gibson, or Saquon Barkley. Who would you trade for? Any of them? Any three of them? Yeah. Frank Wildman, what's going on? Hope you're doing fantastic tonight. Would you start Robinson, Marvin Jones, or Tony? Have PPR start two. I'd start Tony and Marvin Jones. Just not feeling good about Allen Robinson whatsoever. So yeah, I think you can feel, pretty good confidence in benching Allen Robinson. So I'd lean Marvin Jones and Tony there. Let's see here. Premium UTA. Got it an early morning tomorrow. Good luck with stream. Appreciate that, brother. Hope you have a good night and hope you have a good day tomorrow. And good luck in your fantasy leagues tomorrow. Thanks for coming out to the stream. Appreciate your support, my guy. John, you missed one of mine. Philly Mike, Mahomes, Hill, Herbert, and Mike Williams. If that was the same question, let me know. If it's not, just go ahead and repeat the question. This week, I like both stacks quite a bit, but I think I'm leaning Herbert and Williams. Is that crazy? I'm not sure. I like both a lot. Flip a coin. I think either side's fine. K89, who do you think is better, Deebo Samuel or Jefferson next week? Huh. Let's find out. Jefferson's on bye next week, so probably Deebo. But if you meant this week, because Deebo's on bye this week, so let me know. Yeah, as I see now. Okay, thanks. Yeah, yeah, he's on bye next week, so yeah. Let's see here. Frank Wildman, thank you. I agree. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. That's what we're here for, man. All right, let's see here. Lost my place. Fanta, Collins or Sutton for my flex? Yikes. I'm not feeling good about Collins in the Seahawks offense. I think I'm leaning Sutton, but I don't feel great about Sutton's inconsistency. But he's due for a good game. So maybe roll the dice on Sutton, Fanta. I just think Collins is going to be extremely touchdown dependent this week against the Steelers. Marky Mark, good luck tomorrow, everyone. Next day, guys. Peace out, Marky Mark. If you're leaving, appreciate you coming out as always. Good luck to you tomorrow as well. Okay, K9, thanks. Absolutely. Philly Mike, thanks, of course. Sea Dog, I just traded CH and I got Hunt. Win or no? I think yes. I think absolutely a win. 100%. I think it's a good trade. K9, I'll put him in. I did not know he was on bye. There you go. Jason Kenobi, Hill and Williams are both banged up, right? Probably, but I think that they'll both play, man. I think they'll both play. Ray Gamer, hello. What is going on? Good to see you as always. Let's see here. Preston Naha, what's going on? Hope you're doing fantastic tonight. Any new faces out there? If you guys consider subscribing down below, becoming part of the Catch fan, but nonetheless, appreciate all you guys coming out tonight and showing some support and throwing some fantasy Q&A my way. Dawson Knox or Naheem Hines? I lean Dawson Knox versus the Tennessee Titans all day long. He's going to have a huge game once again. Be highly surprised if we don't see another score out of Dawson Knox. I am starting Dawson Knox over Naheem Hines all day long. Philly Mike, Samuel or Lockett? I lean Debo, but Debo's on bye this week. So Lockett this week. Kyle Singer says Knox. Yes. We only recommend Dawson Knox here at the catch. Ray Gamer, should I start Alex Collins versus Steelers or Myles Gaskin versus Jags in standard scoring? I think Collins is just touchdown dependent versus a good Steelers defense, or at least against the run, that is. I'd like to start of Gaskin versus the Jags. One of my must start running backs on the week. So I start Gaskin personally. Omar, what's going on, man? Hope you're doing fantastic. Is Herbert RB a season-long hold or sell high? I think when Montgomery's ready to come back, he could still have value as long as he plays well, of course. So we just have to monitor it. But if Herbert's performing well and it's time for Montgomery to get back in the lineup, I think you can sell high at that point. Just keep in mind, I do think Herbert could secure some sort of position within this offense, even after Montgomery comes back. Drop McKissick or Damian Williams or neither for Alex Collins. I think you can drop Damian Williams. I think Herbert's going to play well in his absence. And I don't think Alex Collins is going to play too well this week. At least he'll be touchdown dependent this week and next week versus the Saints. But after that, he's got the Jaguars. So, yeah, I think you could consider dropping Williams for Alex Collins. Frank Wildman, Booker, Herbert, or Knox at flex half PPR. Hate to do it again, but seriously, like in all seriousness, with my love for Dawson Knox aside, I do think Dawson Knox is the best start versus the Tennessee Titans, the worst secondary in football. I will be so surprised if Dawson Knox does not have another monster game. Do you like Booker? Do you like Herbert? But I am still leaning Dawson Knox overall. All right, C-Dog. My wide receivers right now are DK, Woods, Thielen, Myers, and Hollywood Brown. Should I trade for any RB? I have Henry, Hunt, and Fournette. No, I don't quite think you need to. I think I'd hold on to Henry, Hunt, and Fournette. And obviously, your running back value is stronger than your receiver value. But listen, you can start Brown and Woods every week, and you'll be fine from a consistency standpoint. And then DK, Thielen, and Myers are great depth. So I think you're fine there, man. Richard Glass, you should change your channel name to the Church of Knox. Yeah, we'll run it by Steven, see how he feels. Kyle Singer says you don't need to trade for running back. I don't necessarily disagree. C-Dog, because I have Henry and Hunt on same bye week. Okay. I think you could potentially do a little package deal, but I would hold on to DK. I'd hold on to Robbie Woods, and I'd hold on to Hollywood Brown. I think Thielen and Myers are the guys that you could look to move, but that depth at the receiver position is quite good as well. It's good that you're looking ahead, though. Preston Aha, could Damon Williams come back week 7 8 and play well? Potentially, but I got a better feeling about Herbert personally. But yeah, of course he could. But I do feel better about Herbert overall. But we'll see what happens. Brendan Dye, what's going on? Good to see you as always, my guy. Good to have you here, man. Hope everything's going well. Hope you've been doing good, my guy. Keep CMC, question mark. 8 out of 10 teams make the playoffs. Not worried about not making it. I have Barkley, CMC, Swift, Williams, and Miles Sanders. I think Sanders will get more runs because it worked in the end. At the end, that is. Yeah, it's tough, man. Barkley and CMC, great draft selections, both injured right now. Think you can get by with, I don't remember if that's Javonte or Jamal Williams, but I think if I remember correctly, it's Jamal Williams. But I think you can, Sanders has got to pop off at some point. And hopefully the Eagles realize that after that one drive that they should get him involved, right? I think you should keep CMC. Down the stretch, I think he'll be very, very vital. So, yes. Yes, Rendon, I think you should keep him. Frank Wildman just got another subscriber here. Let's go, Frank, becoming part of the Catch fam. Shout out to you. Thanks for that support. Appreciate that, man. It's bold to recommend a tight end at the flex position, but I can get with that. Yeah, we love tight ends here at the Catch, and especially, I mean, Dawson Knox, top 5 at the position, man. So I'm all about some Dawson Knox this week, man. Bryson, what is going? Or Bronson, I always get your name wrong. I'm so sorry. I hope you're doing well tonight, man. Thanks for coming out to the stream. Trade Aaron Jones and Keenan Allen for Kamara and Ridley or Kamara and Cooper. If you're going to do the trade, then I would lean Kamara and Ridley. I think Ridley's going to be more consistent, where Cooper's more of a boomer bust style, low floor, high ceiling kind of player, where I think Ridley just offers you large volume share and consistency. So I'd lean with the Kamara and Ridley side of things. Run and Dime, also my friend, has a question. Sit 2 and start 1. Adam Thielen, Darrell Williams, or Pittman? I definitely start Pittman this week. It's a good matchup. Feel good about Pittman versus the Texans. So especially if it's full PPR, I lean Pittman 100%. Darrell Williams, a little bit scary. I just don't know how well I feel about how the Chiefs are going to utilize him in place of CEH. But I don't hate that start. It's a tough matchup for Adam Thielen, but I do think he could benefit from Justin Jefferson getting most of the pressure of the Panthers defense. So I think you just roll the dice and you stick with the receivers of Adam Thielen and Pittman. But I definitely start Pittman, and then I think if you don't feel great about the Thielen start, that you could start Williams. Paul Miller, I need to pick a flex and wide receiver 2. Schultz, Higgins, Cooks, Manuel Sanders, Myers, and Herbert to choose from. Okay. Personally, I love Schultz, but this week it's a bad matchup versus the Patriots, best team in all football against opposing tight ends. So I think we roll him out, right? I would start Emmanuel Sanders. It's a great matchup. He's playing very well. So I think we start Emmanuel Sanders for sure. Myers, kind of a bad matchup versus potentially being lined up against Diggs. I don't mind Herbert as well. Cooks has got a good matchup, though. If it's full PPR, I think you go Sanders and Cooks. And then I would rank Herbert and Higgins in the next tier. And then I would put Schultz and Myers in that bottom tier. So hopefully that was helpful. A lot to choose from, but you definitely have some good options overall. All right, let's see here. All right, man. Timothy Chan, what's going on? Hope you're doing fantastic. I received Devonta Smith. I give up Jones and Sanders. Should I take this trade in full PPR? I don't know. Devonta Smith has been so inconsistent. I mean, don't get me wrong. I do like his output, but I don't know how much stronger it is. I don't know how much stronger it is than Marvin Jones. And Miles Sanders has been playing bad, don't get me wrong, and Jones has been bad over the past 2 weeks, but Smith has been wildly inconsistent. And I do like Smith, but I don't hate the trade, but I think that depth of Jones and Sanders could help you in the long run. Let us know in the chat what you guys think for Timothy. Keep Devonta Smith, or excuse me, receive Devonta Smith or keep Jones and Miles Sanders. C-Dog, someone just dropped Madison. Is it worth picking him up and stashing him? Yes, absolutely. 1,000%. Best handcuff situation in the entire league. You've got the roster room. Go ahead and stash him. Flex Lord Chino, I asked earlier, but I wasn't here to see if you responded or not. But if I have first pick in 14-man league, who should I get? Yeah, I did respond, but it's all good. No worries, man. Derrick Henry, 100%. Pick up Derrick Henry. If you have some speculation around Derrick Henry, then I think Austin Eckler is the next best play. But I would lean Derrick Henry all day long. Griffin, what's going on? It's good to see you. Moss or Tony, I'd lean Zach Moss versus Tennessee Titans. Another week where we're just trying to exploit who the Buffalo Bills are going up against in a very weak defense from all angles. So I would lean Zach Moss all day long. Fanta, Collins, Javonte, or Sutton for my flex? It's a good question, but I'm leaning Javonte. I think it's one of those weeks where we can lean on Javonte, and I think that he's going to have a good week, right? The Raiders just got they're giving up like 130 rushing yards per game. So this could be the week that we finally see him ball out. So I'll roll with Javonta out of those three. Don't. Then I would probably put Sutton. Then I just think Collins is touchdown dependent against one of the better teams in the league against posting running backs. So I think I'm rolling Javonta there. Let's see. Justin says to keep Jones. Fair enough. Timothy Chan, you're welcome, my guy. Sea Dog, keep Jones and Sanders. Eagles have to start running the ball soon enough. I agree. I think I agree with that too. Flex Chino, yes, sir, my guy. I was thinking of Henry. He's getting fed like crazy. Who do you think I should target in the second round? I would say another running back, right? There's plenty of them out there. Henderson, for example. Kareem Hunt, for example. Top 5 running back right now. Najee Harris, if he's leaning around. It's going to be a little bit stiffer in a 14-man league. You could consider going with a strong wide receiver one, maybe Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, maybe. But I would look to get 2 running backs out of the gate. They are going to dry up extremely quickly. Then I turn around and start to look at the receiver position. Try and shore up 2 receivers or another stud running back. And then I would, after that, turn to the QB position. If not the tight end position, right? FIFA Flow, what's going on? Good to see you as always. Would you start Deontay Johnson over Diggs, Jefferson, or Scary Terry this week? It's a great matchup versus Seattle for Deontay Johnson. So, yes, the worst matchup out of all those guys is Jefferson. I think you have to start Diggs versus Tennessee, Scary Terry's versus Kansas City. I love Justin Jefferson, but he's got the worst matchup. If we're just looking at matchups, because those are 4 fantastic receivers, and it's hard to bench any of them, I think you have to consider benching Jefferson, which is crazy. K9, do you think my reserves are good? I have CMC, David Montgomery, and Logan Thomas. Yes, absolutely. Yes, Logan Thomas, when healthy, top 10 tight end. Montgomery, yeah, I love David Montgomery here. So absolutely, man. Kale, what's going on, man? Hope you're doing fantastic tonight. Let's see here. Dalton Schultz, Khalil Herbert, Devontae Booker, Zach Moss as a flex this week. Very good options there, but I'd lean Zach Moss versus the Titans. Once again, we just want to exploit this Tennessee secondary from all angles. And yes, Zach Moss will get plenty of touches, but also get plenty of targets. So I'm leaning Zach Moss out of those guys, but they're all good options, man. Let's see, man. Any new face out there? Go ahead and hit that sub button, man. Become part of the Catch fam tonight. Appreciate everyone coming out, having a blast here on the Saturday night late stream, man. Almost at the 2-hour mark, so make sure you guys go ahead and smash that like button as well. Sea Dog, this guy needs more subs. Such an underrated streamer. Hey, appreciate that support. Appreciate that love, man. Means a lot to the channel and means a lot to our co-host Steven as well when you guys throw out those kind words. So it's a long road, man. We're still a pretty new channel and just hit the 300 mark today. So it's absolutely amazing. You guys as a community are fantastic. And I just love watching this community grow and love helping you guys out with your fantasy season. But I appreciate the kind words, man. Flex Lord Chino, I appreciate the help a lot, bro. If there's a zombie apocalypse, I'd for sure rush over to your house to protect you, bro. I appreciate that, man. Appreciate that love and support once again, man. And can say we're pretty well stocked up here at the household for any zombie apocalypse. But anytime I'm watching a show like The Walking Dead, I'm always like evaluating what would I do in that situation. And I think I could make it pretty far in a zombie apocalypse. You know, I think I'd do okay. But I don't know how long. But I think I'd do okay at the beginning. If you guys haven't played like the Walking Dead video games, dude, they're amazing. They're so much fun. During like quarantine and everything, I got into one of them, and those are good games. So yeah, good to know. I got a spot, man. I got the guest room open for you, Flex or Chino, if we have a zombie apocalypse. FIFA Flow, CMC is killing me. Who do you think I can get for him? I'm in need of an RB and tight end. You could probably get an RB and a tight end for CMC alone. But I don't want to see you give up CMC. Keep him for the stretch, man. Keep him. I'm telling you. But if you're really hurting, I think you get a solid RB and a tight end for him. You're gonna have to see who needs or who's not hurting at the RB position, can give up a running back and has a decent tight end as well. So it's kind of going to kind of depend on what's available in your league. Let's see. Over G, I have Cooks by week next week, considering Javonte Williams or Elijah Mitchell to replace. Are those good options, or should I be on the lookout for something else, man? Thanks, man. Enjoying the stream. Appreciate those kind words, but let's see here, man. Uh, yeah, I would consider Javonte Williams, man. I'm not as high on Elijah Mitchell. Don't like that Niners backfield, but Javonte Williams for sure, man. I think that's probably your best option there. Philly Mike is C Hub and Mike Williams for Gibson and Sutton a bad trade. So Chuba Hubbard and Mike Williams. I think I'd hold on to Chuba and Mike Williams for now. It's not an awful trade, but for now, I would ride that Chuba Hubbard train while you got it, and I wouldn't give up Mike Williams quite yet. C Dog, should I be concerned with Kyler's injury? We talked about this in last night's stream a little bit. I wouldn't be too concerned, but it's something to monitor for sure. He dealt with an injury last year to the shoulder, right? And he was pretty much okay. Concerned? Yes. Panicked? No. Definitely keep an eye on it, though. Christian, rank these four in order: Gibson, Chubb, Saquon, and Swift. When healthy or when not healthy? That's the question. When healthy, probably Chubb, Saquon, Swift, and Gibson. Before the season, probably be different, but Swift's starting to prove himself. When not healthy, Swift, Gibson, then Chubb and Saquon in their own tier. But yeah, it's hard. The injuries kind of screw that up. So when healthy, I see now. I think I'm leaning Chubb number one, then Saquon, Swift, and then Gibson. JM, what's going on? Good to see you as always, man. Hope you're doing well tonight. Would you rather have Ridley or Keenan Allen rest of the season? I love both of those receivers, and I think I'm leaning Ridley just because he should see more of the target share, right? A lot more weapons on the Chargers offense. Love Keenan Allen. They're both very consistent receivers. Chargers probably have the better offense is the other way to look at it, right? So yeah, it's hard to see. Hard to say, excuse me. But I don't mind either of them. Let's see here. FIFA Flow. Would you take Najee Harris and Mike Williams for CMC? Yes. Yes. Yeah, I would. I do think that's a good trade if you're upset and tired of CMC. But don't get me wrong. I mean, CMC when healthy, man, probably the best running back in fantasy football, but I think that's a pretty damn fair trade for CMC. And it's going to help you out right away if you're hurting at RB. So I don't mind that trade. Joe, what's going on, man? Hope you're doing fantastic tonight. Would you start Brandon Cook or Keenan Allen this week? I like both of those guys. Good matchup for both of them. Good game script for both of them, right? Personally, I think I'd lean towards Keenan Allen just due to I think I see that game script being a little bit higher scoring. But I mean, Brandon Cooks versus the Colts secondary is a great matchup. I think Cooks is going to have a good game. So I think you can flip a coin, and either way, you're going to be okay. Philly Mike trade alert. Just traded CMC for Joe Mixon, Leonard Fournette. I feel okay with it at standard. I think that's a pretty good trade. Yeah, there you go, Philly Mike. In the long run, will CMC be better? Excuse me. It's hard to tell. At the moment, I think you definitely have won the trade for the time being. Andy, what's going on, man? Good to see you. Yo, what's up, man? Start Singletary or Shepard for half PPR. As long as Shepard is playing, which he's expected to play, I do think you roll with Shepard there. Yeah, I think I'd roll Shepard all day long with that one. Ethan, Emmanuel Sanders or Khalil Herbert at flex. Man, I do feel very good about Khalil Herbert. I like him this week, but I think I'm still leaning Emmanuel Sanders versus Titans secondary. I just can't get away from not starting these Bills players against the Titans, man. So I think I'm leaning Emmanuel Sanders. Is Colts defense a good play? I think so, absolutely, 100%. I'm starting them in my primary league, if that makes you feel any better. Davis Mills and the Texans, maybe we shouldn't bet against them for those of us, including myself, who started the Patriots defense last week. But overall, I would still feel okay starting the Colts defense this week. Um, yeah, I'm starting them if that makes you feel better. So I don't know if it does, but I am playing them this week. All right, Edward Jang. Should I trade AJ Brown? You can if you're looking to get some value, but I do think down the stretch he'll be much better. Khalil Herbert or AJ Brown. I want to say AJ Brown, but this matchup versus the Bills is pretty tough. So I think I'm leaning Khalil Herbert this week. Is Denver's defense a good play? They're not the worst play, but we kind of talked about them a little bit earlier in the stream, and they got most of their output from kind of their first couple of games. So I am a little bit hesitant around them, but I still do believe in that defense from a fantasy perspective. Christian, how much do you think Saquon will average when he comes back in PPR? 15 points a game at least, if not better. I still believe in Saquon quite a bit. Quite a bit. All right, let's see here. Edward Jang, Khalil Herbert, or Devontae Booker? That's a great question. I've got both of them. I actually have to start both of them more than likely this week. So let's see. I think it's a better matchup for Herbert, but Booker might be kind of leaned on this week. I mean, the Rams are good defensively. Don't get me wrong. Of course, they're good, but it's hard to say. I think you could kind of flip a coin between those two, and I might have to make a decision between the two as well. Right now, I've got them both in my starting lineup. If that makes you feel better. C-Dog, I'm kind of worried about Kyler's injury. I know this might be dumb, but is it worth trading him if I can get a top QB in return? Yeah, of course. Love Kyler, but if you can get a top guy, then I don't think it hurts. I think it's a good thought process. I mean, Kyler did struggle after his injury last year, right? Shoulder injury. So I don't think it's a bad idea, but just know that you're potentially losing what we've seen out of Kyler Murray earlier in the season. But I don't think it's too bad. Too bad at all. Sorry, guys, sending out a very quick text. Let's see. Christian, how much do you think Gibson would average at the end of the season? It's a good question. Let's pull up Gibson's end of season stats, or not stats, matchups, I should say. All right, let's see. So let's just move. Let's go to week 12 through 16. So he's got Seattle, Las Vegas, Dallas, Philly, and Dallas. The Dallas matchups are difficult. Other than that, he's got great matchups. So I'm saying right around 15 points with the 20-point ceiling. Yeah, I think Gibson will be quite all right towards the end of the season. Edward Jang, Heineke or Darnold? It's a good question. Man, we were on that Sam Darnold train so hard, and we just fell off after that bad performance, right? Or else I'd be probably recommending Darnold all day long. But we do really like Heineke this week versus Kansas City. I think I'd lean Heineke. Primetime game and everything, right? Isn't it? Is that the Sunday night football game? I'm forgetting right now. Let's find out. Let's find out. Our co-host Steven will be there. It's not the Sunday night football game. That's Seahawks and Steelers. Oh yeah, Washington and Chiefs, a 1:00 game. Anyways, that doesn't matter. It's a great matchup. I like Heineke this week. Don't mind Darnold, but I think I like Heineke just this week a little bit more. Herbert Brown, what's going on? Would you drop Damian Williams to get Herbert? Yes. Yeah, I would. C-Dog, I'm in trade talks to trade Kyler and someone on my bench for Mahomes, but I feel like the guy's going to pull out of the trade last second. If you can accomplish that, do it. No more worrying about the injury. Hate to see you lose Kyler, but listen, man. Patrick Mahomes is the number one quarterback in fantasy football, and I have a feeling he will be all season long. Even if the Chiefs are struggling, all of that stuff, I don't care. He's Patty Mahomes. I have to give up another good player, but I think it could be worth it as long as you feel confident in the move. JM, should I trade away Keenan Allen, Debo, and Henderson for James Robinson and Cup full PPR. No, I don't think you should. Love Cooper Cup, love James Robinson, but I view Henderson and Robinson in pretty similar fashion. And looking between Allen, Debo, I mean, the consistency of those guys are fine, right? Cup, a little bit inconsistent, although he's been fantastic at times. I think you just hold on to the depth at the end of the day. Flexler Chino, is Joe Mixon okay? That's a good question. This says questionable, expected to play. Not only expected to play, but Zach Taylor indicated on Friday that running back should get a full workload. So, yeah, I think Joe Mixon's quite okay. Flexor Chino, Swift or James Robinson? I'm riding this James Robinson train right now, but I like both of them. I think if you can start both of them, you do start both of them. Let's see. Ashke, what's going on? Gaskin or Jacobs, Julio or Emmanuel Sanders? Ooh, tough questions, but I'm rolling with Emmanuel Sanders over Julio, hands down. And then between Jacobs or Gaskin, yikes. I love this matchup for Gaskin, but they're both great starts, man. Both great starts. Why am I blanking? Yeah, I mean, Josh Jacobs has the tougher matchup, but Najee Harris just destroyed Denver's defense. So that's tough. I think you flip a coin there, to be quite honest. It's a tough one. Edward Jangas, Terry McLaurin, Tyreek Hill, and AJ Brown, a good starting 3 for this week, 10-man PPR. Scary Terry and Tyreek, absolutely love that game script. AJ Brown, you could consider starting someone else over. I don't mind the start, but it's a tough matchup versus the Bills. So just keep that in mind. Christian, I know I've been annoying asked about Saquon and Gibson, but I'm 5-0, so I don't care that much if he misses time. I am Mixon and Aaron Jones. So what do you think? I know I asked like 10 times. You're good, man. Let me see here, Christian. So remind me, do you have all those guys? Or are you looking to trade for one of them? I mean, I think if you have them, you hold on to all those guys. For sure. Blame time. What you think? I got Aaron Rodgers, Jonathan Taylor, Darrell Williams, Adams, Cup, Knox, Godwin, Packers D, Tyler Boss versus Brady Elliott, Hunt, Allen, Devonta Smith, Antonio Brown, Kelsey. Whoa, Bucks defense, Bucker. That's tough. That could go either way. I like both matchups. You're kind of hurting with potentially Godwin, but he's kind of hurting with Devonta Smith. So I could see this going either way. I think his running backs are stronger, but overall, I definitely think you still have a shot. And Tom Brady didn't have that great of a game, right? So at least from a fantasy perspective. So I think you definitely got a shot, but it could go either way. Let's see here. Edward, should I start Bengals defense over Denver's? That's hard to say. Hard to say. I think that they're both fine starts. Yeah. I think you can start. I think that the Bengals defense might have a better chance at causing some turnovers. Caused some against Aaron Rodgers last week, right? So I think maybe you roll the dice with the Bengals. I think the Raiders are going to be okay this week. Slade, do I win this week? I have Kyler, Woods, Brown, Aaron Jones, Kelsey, AJ Dillon. Opponent has Herbert, DJ Moore, Brandon Cooks, Eckler, Fournette, Sutton, and Chuba. Once again, I could see this going either way. That's tough. It's tough. But I like your team quite a bit. Yeah. I think you can get the dub for sure, man. So I was sitting there thinking about it. I like your team a little bit more, to be honest. Let's see. Akshay. Oops. Lost my spot. Just traded Amari Cooper, Mike Davis, and Tony for Ridley, Jacobs, and Goddard. Win or loss? Did I win the trade? I think you won. Yeah. I think I'd rather have the Ridley and Jacobs side for sure. I think you won. Face 10 foil, what's going on? Hope you're doing well. do I start Hawkinson or Fant? That is a great question. I think I'm leaning Fant this week in terms of consistency. Christian, I'm trying to trade Saquon for Gibson. I'm sorry, I totally blanked and forgot. I'm just saying that I don't mind if Saquon misses 6 weeks as long as he plays in playoffs for me because I have good running backs. That's just somebody to be my RB2, 8-man PPR. I have Gibson. Yeah, I think it's fine to do that trade. I do like Barkley over Gibson on this season. Don't mind Gibson, but I do think Saquon will offer a higher ceiling moving forward. So I don't mind that trade at all. Slade, I have Waller, but he has been too inconsistent. Was more pressured to pick Waller though. I do think Waller will be fine on the season, and I would continue to roll with him, man. Yeah, I would continue to roll with Waller. I would not panic there. Um, so yeah, I think he'll be fine even holding on to Waller. Spencer. John, if you don't start Zeke this week, I will like the video. Uh, I don't know what to say to that. I'll take him out of my lineup and put him back in by tomorrow. That's rough. Actually, oh yeah, I guess I can technically take him out of my lineup. I was about to say, do I have enough running backs? Yeah. You got me weak, Spence. You got me weak, man. That's good. uh, I'll consider it. I'll do anything for a like from you, Spencer. Akshay, rate my team 12-man PPR. Brady, Henry, Jacobs, Patterson, Ridley, Sutton, Waller, Broncos, D, and Greg Joseph. I have Patterson at flex. So you're starting Brady, Henry, Jacobs, and Patterson. Yeah, I like that team quite a bit. Like that team quite a bit, man. Solid B plus. Little bit weak at receiver with Sutton hanging on. But I do like Sutton, man. I mean, he's probably a good pick going into the season. So the running backs are solid enough that you don't have to worry. But I'll give it a solid B plus, teetering on the A level. Uh Lord, what's going on? Hope you're doing well tonight. Sorry I'm back. Who would you have, Ertz or Dallas? I have Kittle on IR. Can you hold on to all three? Oh, and Akshay, I have Julio and Emmanuel Sanders on bench. You could consider starting Emmanuel Sanders over Sutton. And that kind of makes me lean towards the A there. That's a great team, man. But getting back to your question, Jillard, Lord. Sorry, guys. I know I'm butchering names tonight. I do apologize. I'm very, very bad at pronunciations. As you can tell, as I can barely pronounce that word correct. But yeah, man. Uh, if you can hold on to all three and or even those two guys and leave Kittle on IR for now, it's okay to have tight end depth. I know Dallas is a little banged up, or I guess not banged up, but dealing with COVID, right? So for now, I guess I'd rather have Ertz, but I like both of them, man. It's okay to have depth at IR. McSlipple by Nipple. What's going on, man? Hope you're doing well tonight. Love the name. Shout out to you. Great name, man. Harris, Pollard, or Waddle, and flexed on PPR. I'm thinking Pollard. I don't mind Pollard this week. I would leave Harris out of the equation, but I do like Waddle this week quite a bit. In that London matchup, looking for very little defense overall versus the Jags. And if Tua plays, right, the chemistry between Waddle and Tua has been there. So I think I don't mind Waddle either, but since it's non PPR, I don't mind Pollard as well. But I would leave Harris out of the equation. So let's see, guys, going on almost 2.5 hours. Any new faces out there? Go ahead and make sure you hit that sub button, become part of the Catch fam tonight. Keep the fantasy Q&A rolling. You guys are absolutely killing it tonight. But let's get some new members of the Catch fam in the building tonight. And everyone go ahead and smash that like button so we can get as many new viewers to the stream as well. But man, you guys are absolutely killing it. Akshay, let's see. Should I trade for a better receiver or just put my trust in Sanders, Julio, and Sutton for wide receiver too? You might be able to package Julio and Sutton for a pretty good receiver, but I would roll I would hold on to Emmanuel Sanders right now for sure. Um, But overall, I don't mind the depth of Julio and Sutton. They could turn up, right? They could get much better, and the depth is good. And if you do trade them, I don't know how much value at the receiver position you can get out of them. Maybe maybe you could land a DJ Moore or Deontay Johnson. I don't know. It would be a little bit of a stretch. So I think it might benefit you just to hold on to the depth overall. Edward, rate my team. Taylor Heineke. Usually it's Darnold. Dalvin Cook, Gibson, Hill, McLaurin, Brown, Herbert, but usually it's Carson. Denver's defense and Chris Boswell at kicker. Solid B plus, man. Love the combination of Cook and Gibson. Love the combination of Hill and McLaurin. That's really where you're getting a lot of your value. Obviously, you're kind of streaming with Heineke and Darnold, which is okay. I don't mind that. AJ Brown and Herbert, not the highest upside, but could definitely work out in the long run. I do think Brown will be better in the long run. I like Herbert for now, so I'll give you a solid B plus. I like the team quite a bit. Let's see here. Slade, I need both run Ds to suck in London. I have Robinson. I don't hate to break it to you, but I don't think either of these run Ds will play very well tomorrow. My thesis on the season is that these London games are games that we want to exploit from all angles. So I don't mind that at all. Yeah, I think he'll be fine rolling with Robinson, man. Absolutely. Lambo time. Who's waking up for the London game? I'm going to try to, but I don't know if it's going to happen. It's been a long week. I do work Saturdays, so it's been a long week for me, man. We'll see what happens. But I might catch part of it, then take a nap, then wake back up. We'll see. That's what I did last week. So we'll see what happens. Jesse, what's going on? Hope you're doing well tonight. Zach Moss, Hubbard, or Gaskin? All good starts, all fine starts. I think I lean Zach Moss versus Tennessee here, man. I really just like the matchup the most, but I do like this matchup for Gaskin quite a bit as well. So I don't mind that start either. But Zach Moss has been so consistent. I think he's just the safest play. And then I lean Gaskin, then I lean Hubbard. But if you start Moss and Gaskin, I don't think it's bad. Joe, what's going on, man? Rate my team: Burrow, James Robinson, DeAndre Swift, Adams, Keenan Allen, Derrick Henry, Dawson Knox, Matt Gay, Packers defense. Yikes. Yikes. It's a scary team. I mean, just the combination of Robinson, Swift, and Henry gives you an A. And then just the fact that you have Devontae Adams on that squad somehow as well gives you an A. Keenan Allen, great depth there. Great wide receiver, too. Don't mind that your quarterback's a little bit weaker. It doesn't matter. Burrow's going to get you enough points to get some dubs. And Dawson Knox at your tight end earns you an A as well. Yeah, solid A, Joe. Slade, did you see Tony's highlights of picking them up in all leagues? Looked so shifty. I'm assuming you mean Kadarius Tony. And yes, yeah. I do like him quite a bit, but I do think he's going to lose some target share with Slayton and Shepard coming back. But yeah, definitely worth the pickup for now. Kyle Roberts, desperate RB2, PPR, Stevenson, or Madison. Ooh, you could roll the dice on Madison. I think if he's available, you should pick him up and hold on to that handcuff situation. But don't hate Ramondre Stevenson this week. It's hard to say. It's hard to roll with Bill Belichick and really know what he's going to do, right? So, Panthers are the best team in the league against opposing running backs, right? But Dalvin Cook's not on the injury report, so I think with the matchup and the fact that Dalvin Cook will probably play, you can hold on to Madison and play the handcuff situation, but I don't think you should start him. I think I'd roll Ramondre Stevenson this week, quite honestly. Edward Jang, should I really consider starting Shepard over AJ Brown this week? Yeah, you can. It's a bad matchup for Shepard. It's a worse matchup for AJ Brown. So it's tough. It's tough. Shepard coming off an injury. AJ Brown's been injured. It's a tougher matchup for AJ Brown, but tough matchup for both of them, man. I think you'd flip a coin there, and either way, you will probably have a similar outcome. But I think you could consider starting Shepard over Brown this week. But it's hard to say, man. Hard to say. All right, Luis, what's going on, man? Gibson or Hubbard in flex? I'd roll Gibson. I like Hubbard quite a bit. Don't get me wrong, but I think I'm rolling Gibson in what should be a game where Washington has to keep up on the scoreboard, man. Slade, I'm going to bed, man. Thanks for the combo. Have a good Sunday. You too, man. Appreciate you coming out and showing support tonight. Hope you have a great night and a great Sunday, and good luck tomorrow in fantasy. Flex Orchino, what's up, my guy? Do you think I should draft Saquon? Yeah, why not? He might be available in like come the third or fourth round. Maybe even leaning towards the fourth or fifth. So we just did the Catch Fam official midseason draft, and he lasted pretty long. So yeah, I think he's worth the pick, and just hold on to him, man. Him, David Montgomery, uh, both worth picking. Yeah, and holding on to. Akshay, choose two receivers for wide receiver one, wide receiver two, one for flex. Sanders, Julio's, Sutton, Gaskin, Renfro, Jacobs. I have Darrell Williams in my RB2. Should I leave him in there? I would roll with Gaskin, Sanders, and Jacobs. Yeah, and if that means that you're not starting Darrell Williams, I think it's okay. I would personally, if it was my roster, I would lean Sanders, Gaskin, and Jacobs. LeBron's brain skipped me. Oh no, I'm sorry, guys. I do my best. The chat does move pretty quickly. LeBron's brain, go ahead and let me know your question again, and I'm happy to answer it for you, my guy. Did not mean to skip you, homie. Luis Rodriguez, thanks. Appreciate it, man. Absolutely. That's what we are here for. Let me know if you got any other questions on the night. Richard Glass and hope in your draft that Hollywood Brown drops to the fifth round like an R League. Yeah, I don't know how that happened. And I really messed up the order the draft was going, and I thought I was getting the turnaround, and I was not waiting an entire another round and then drafting at the end of the next round. I thought I was going uh, end of the round we were in, then turning around and getting a pick at the beginning of the next round, but it was the opposite. Or else my plan was to go Josh Jacobs and then Hollywood Brown. Um, and yeah, that did not work out. I don't know if this thing I'm doing with my fingers is explaining what I'm saying, but nonetheless, shout out Jason Kenobi. Great draft selection with Hollywood Brown. Ooh, Spence coming out with the hot take. Hot take alert from Spencer. I have a feeling Hollywood is not going to keep 10T production up, especially with Bateman finally seeing the field. It's a good point with Bateman coming out. Um, let's see here. Sorry, guys. Looking at the Catch Fam chat here. Give me 1 second, guys. Okay, back to the stream. I kind of agree with you, Spencer, but I do want to lean with the fact that Hollywood Brown will continue to play good football. Let's see here. LeBron's brain. I'm 4-1, and I made an interesting trade today. Taylor Chubb for CD McCaffrey Gibson. It's a fun league. Thoughts? All right. So 4-1 made an interesting trade today. Taylor Chubb for CD McCaffrey and Gibson. So you traded away Taylor and Chubb. You received CD Lamb, McCaffrey, and Gibson. Yeah, I think it's a good trade. Absolutely. Hate to see you lose the value of Taylor and Chubb, but being that Chubb's a little bit banged up, I don't think you lose too much value there. I think it's a good trade. I do. Get a solid receiver. a solid running back and the best running back fantasy football down the stretch when healthy. So um, yeah, I think it's a good trade. Spencer Stern. I think Hollywood is going to drop down to a guy that either puts up 20 plus or less than 10. Right. I can see that too, Spence. I certainly can. So yeah. Spencer, the sleeper league chat is just pure chaos. Yeah. 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 Elver G. So what time is he streamed today? Who knows, Elver? We'll just kind of see what happens. Um, Usually, like last week, we were here till like 3 in the morning, so we'll see what happens. Took a power nap before the stream, so we'll certainly see what happens. That usually results in good things. Spencer, you won that trade for sure. Yeah, I do think it's a good trade overall, man. I do think it's a good trade. All right, let's see here. Jerry, John, who you're looking at for that 8 week buy for Lamar? That's a good question, man. I obviously cannot start Russell Wilson, man. Um, so yeah, I don't know. I will have to figure it out. Um, let's pull it up. Let's pull it up, man. Let's pull it up. I'll just go ahead and tell you, Jerry. Probably Joe Burrow or Carson Wentz. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong league, but I think both those guys are available. Those, and I think Sam Darnold is available in that league as well. So those are the guys I'm looking at, Jerry. Let me know if they're available in your league. Oh, Danny Dimes versus KC. I think he's available as well. So yeah, that's a good call for sure. Clayton, which two should I start between Daryl Henderson, Zeke, and Kareem? Can you start all three, Clayton? If you can, I think you should. We want to monitor leading up into game time Zeke and Kareem, right? I mean, some injuries there, so that might make a decision for you. But overall, man, gosh, it's hard. It's really tough. It's a great question, Clayton. I have Henry too. LMAO. Jesus Christ. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Um, I think you have to start Zeke the way he's been playing. He probably has the worst matchup, right? And then I think you lean Henderson. It pains me because I've got Kareem in our catch fam league, right? But the coaches haven't been very positive about Kareem in the past week, and it's very hard to bench him. He's top 5 fantasy running back right now. But I think you stick with Zeke and then you start Henderson. Let's see. Yeah, I'm just looking at Jerry. Danny Dimes against KC. Yeah, it's a good call. LeBron's brain, Spencer. You thought which side won? The side of CMC wins. I think I agree. Spencer, you're a lock for playoff speed 5-0, so CMC should give you massive playoff help if you stay healthy. LeBron's brain says 4-1, 4-1, 5-0, close enough. I agree. Uh, yeah, yeah, I agree with Spencer there. I think that side wins. All right, let's see here. Do you think Andrews has a good game tomorrow, or should I sell high? Yeah, I do think he'll have a good game. I do. But remind me of the rest of your tight ends, Jerry. Wild Boy Trey, what's going on? Start Dan Arnold or Austin Hooper tomorrow. I think Dan Arnold's the better play, right, Spencer? Wouldn't you agree? But in all seriousness, I do think Arnold's a better play. Let's see here. Jerry's got Andrews, Cox, Seals, Jones, and Goodart. I think you hold on to Andrews, brother. Spencer, I don't like playing Arnold. Arnold is only on the squad for this week, and then he is getting the damn boot to waivers. Excited to have Goodart back now that Ertz is gone. Yeah, Goodart's going to turn up, bro. Wild Boy Trey, would you drop Chris Carson right now? I don't think I drop him if you got an IR spot. I think you put him on IR. Let's see here. Mitchell James, Nick Chubb to the IR. Oh crap, is that new? Wild Boy Trey, my IR is so filled up right now. Everyone's is, man. I don't even have I feel like every league should just grant another IR spot at this point, man. It's Russell Wilson, Montgomery, Christian McCaffrey, Jerry Judy. It's just going crazy. Nick Brandon, man, I picked up Birds last week because I don't trust Cook and I feel like I won big. Good call. Great call. All right, let's see here. All right. Steve or Spencer. Gosh, Spencer, I almost called you Steven. Carson was part of my trade to Steven, looking like I made a good deal. Absolutely. Mitchell James, D. Johnson is a guy with Kareem Hunt in Cleveland. Yeah, I think he is too, but I still want to see a actual sample size out of him. We'll see what happens. Wild Boy Trey, Judy is on my IR right now. Dude, everyone's IR is like screwed right now. It's tough. It's tough to drop Chris Carson though. He's been very good when he has played. Richard Glass, Spencer approves the trade. That's all that matters. All right. All that matters is that Richard and or Spencer approved the trade, right? All right, let's see here. James, what's going on, man? Gibby or Ridley? Good question. I think I'm leaning Gibson there, man. It's a pretty good matchup. I think I'm leaning Gibson. I think this game script for Gibson is going to be very good against Kansas City as well. It's a good question, though, James. Man, any new ooh, any new viewers out there, go ahead and consider subscribing down below. Sorry, guys. Like I said, it's been a long night. Uh, but nonetheless, go ahead, become part of the Catch fam. Let's get going, man. Going into the late hours, moving into 3 hours total. Craziness, man. Everyone smash that like button. Let's keep going, man. We got plenty of time to go. Spencer says Judy's the most slept on guy right now. I 100% agree. Still got him rostered in my 20-man league. Holding on to him, man. He's going to ball out when he comes back. Nick Brandon, for some reason, my league doesn't have any IR spots. Super annoying, man. Go yell at your commissioner right now. Tell him to get on the stream, to subscribe, and to like the video, and to join the live chat, and I'll talk to him about that, man. JM, Ridley or Keenan Allen rest of season full PPR. Um, I like both of them, but I think that I'm leaning rest of season due to the offense. We could consider Keenan Allen, and due to higher volume, we could consider Ridley. So I think you could really flip a coin between the two, man. It's definitely tough, man. All right, let's see here. Give me 1 second, man. Oh wait, I'm sorry. Richard Glass. I mean, I approve his trade to Steven since I'm playing Steven. Oh, fair enough. Fair enough, Richard. All right, let's see. Give me 1 second, guys. All right, let's hop into it, man. Sorry, guys. Moment of silence. All right, how to send a quick text. All right, let's see. Let's see. Wild Boy trade Javonte Williams or Zach Moss this week. I like both of them, but I think I'll lean Zach Moss versus Tennessee. But I don't mind either of them. I think Williams could start to turn up this week. Wild Boy Trey, facts at Spencer. Can't wait for Judy to get healthy. I can't either, man. JM really has a better schedule as well, but I don't know. I like both of them, man, but it's really tough. Really tough to choose. XX Rhino 21. XX, what's going on? Hope you're doing well tonight. Booker or Darrell Williams for the start in the flex. Feel like Williams has the better matchup, but Booker's the best workload chance. I kind of agree with that. And I do think that the Giants will have to lean on Booker more than the Chiefs will have to potentially rely on Williams. And I think that the Chiefs might utilize McKinnon a little bit. We don't really know. Andy Reid can be a confusing head coach in terms of planning for fantasy. So I think I'd lean towards Booker, but the game script should be okay for Williams and the Chiefs. But I still think I like Booker a little bit more. So I think I agree with you there. Spencer Richard, if you ever play me, you may not be a fan of the trade that week. That's a good point, Spence. Jerry at John, I wonder what classes you're currently taking. I know it's not a football question. That's okay, especially on the Saturday night late streams, man. Especially at this point in the stream where we start to get a little bit towards the late hours, I guess I should say. That's okay. Currently just finished up. So I'm with Arizona State online, right? So my last class was community health. My which is interesting. My degree is under the Edson College of Nursing and Health Innovation in community health. So actually took my community health class, which I really enjoyed. But now I'm in developmental health, which is basically, starting from the fetus all the way through, right? Which I actually took a pretty similar class in community college. But and then I'm in a class with a really long name. Introduction to my gosh, this is really bad. Okay. Yeah, I don't know the name of that class. That's pretty bad, but I'm in it. It's another within this degree, there's a lot of like different healthcare related classes, and this is just another health and introduction to health and innovation. There's like so many different health care classes I have to take, and it's hard to remember all of them. That's what it is. Yeah. All right, let's see here. Good question though, Jerry. Appreciate you shouting out the school questions. Moth MOTH, what's going on? Hope you're doing well tonight. Thanks for coming out to the stream. Any new viewers out there, go ahead and consider subscribing down below, becoming part of the Catch Fam tonight, and let's keep smashing that like button, Catch Fam. But appreciate you coming out to the stream tonight. Hope you're doing great tonight. Flex one in PPR. Darrell W, Julio, or Lockett. Yikes. Tough matchup for Julio. Lockett, we just don't like the output, right? With Geno Smith being the starting quarterback. But Darrell Williams, I don't feel great about either. I think you lean Williams. Though, just due to the game script. Tough question. Let us know in the chat for Moth, Darrell Williams, Julio Jones, or Lockett this week. Maybe you take a gamble on Lockett. Pittsburgh secondary hasn't been that good. I just worry about Geno Smith. Am I wrong to worry about Geno Smith? I don't think I am. JM, do you have Kupp finishing as a top 5 wide receiver rest of season? I do think he will. Is that crazy? I think he might be closer to number 5, but I do think he will. Let's see here. XX Rhino 21XX. Thank you. Appreciate the advice, man. This is my first year doing this. I'm 2-3. Absolutely, man. That's what we're here for. It's okay, man. It's okay to be 2-3. You can still make the playoffs starting the season 2-3. So do not stress. It is a very long season. You got plenty of time to turn it around. I'm 2-3 in one of my leagues as well, and I feel pretty good about where I'm at, believe it or not. So I'm sure there's plenty of 4-1 teams. That would mean you're only 2 spots behind. I'm sure there's plenty of 3-2 teams. That means you're only 1 spot behind, right? Plenty of time to get a go in XX Rhino 21, and we will help you as much as we can here at the Catch, as well all of the Catch fam. All right, let's see here, man. Jerry, I'm taking English Interpersonal Communication Intro to American Gov. What's your degree in, man? I'm interested to know. I like those classes. All sound quite quite interesting. I love English. I miss just doing like being able to do English classes, man. I miss that stuff. I like American history stuff too. Spencer, I have him 5 to 10 range. Jai. I think Woods is going to eat into his production a bit. Yeah, I could see him finishing closer between 5 and 10. Um, so I don't disagree with you there, Spence, necessarily. Spencer, I got 6 different finances, business classes. Don't know the actual name of any of the classes I'm in. I just do the work. Yeah, that's how I kind of am too. I feel you there. And all at some point in your degree, right? I mean, I guess I could speak at this point. Um, it just starts to kind of blend together, right? It's just a big mirage, right? As most of life is, right? Spencer, Gino over Russell, Gino over Brady, and Gino equals the GOAT. Okay, I agree with you there, Spence. Kyle Singer, Adam Thielen, or Cole Beasley, full PPR. I want to say Cole. It's just such a good matchup, but there's just so many weapons on the Bills, and he's tending to be one of the more inconsistent guys. So it's hard to say. Um, Gosh, it's hard to say. In full PPR, I think you rely on Cole Beasley. But let us know in the chat for Singer, excuse me, Adam Thielen or Cole Beasley, as Spencer asked this week or rest of the season. Good question. Jerry Gino is about to throw for 300 yards. I mean, he might. He might. Spencer, I actually got Thielen higher in both this week and rest of the season. I don't mind that. I don't mind that. I think I might agree with that as well. Since statistically, I think it makes sense. Jerry, majoring in cultural anthropology, trying to learn some cultures and shit. Fair enough. Yeah, that sounds like a great degree, man. Good for you. Keep it up. Keep up the good work. Keep up the hustle, so to speak. Sunik Lashawn. Hope you're doing fantastic tonight. Welcome to the catch. Thanks for coming out. Let's get to the question, man. Any face out there, go ahead and consider subscribing down below, becoming part of the catch fam. And let's keep smashing that like button, catch fam, as we move into almost the 3 hour mark on the night. Need one for a flex dog. Keenan Allen, Marquise Brown, Khalil Herbert, Chuba, and Devontae Booker. And why? I would lean with either Keenan or Marquise Brown. As I see you're in non-PPR now, Spencer's saying going to Keenan Allen with Williams not 100%. His production should go up this week. Most consistent player of that group as well. I don't disagree. That's a great analysis by Spencer. Spencer's starting to become a little bit lower on Hollywood Brown with Bateman coming back into the mix. So I don't mind that take either. I think personally I would lean with Marquise Brown or Allen. Spencer says Herbert in non-PPR. He's probably the next person I'd rank, and then I'd rank Chuba and Booker kind of in the same tier. Spencer, shit, I don't know. Yeah, it's tough. I like all those guys. Um, I'm kind of leaning towards the receivers, though, even in a non PPR uh, league. I just, I mean, I like Hubbard, I like Herbert, and I like Booker. They can all score. You got a very good problem on your hands here, for sure. Um, all of these matchups are pretty good overall, not the best. There's none of these that really uh, stand out, right? But gosh, it's a good problem. I would say maybe Keenan Allen just because I think that Browns Chargers game is going to be a high scoring, competitive affair. And that might be the best reason to roll on with that. But it's tough to say. All right, man. Keenan is selling my back, though. He gets less than 10 points every game. I just don't know. Mike Williams seems to be getting all the targets and touchdowns. That's fair enough. Um, Spencer seemed to his PPR, so did I. Is it crazy to say Booker out of those guys? I mean, Hollywood Brown's been scoring some touchdowns. I think Hollywood Brown or Booker. That's a great. I mean, it's a great problem to have, man. But it's hard to say. Let's see, guys. Should we gear up Madden for the night? Is it getting into the Madden timetable here? You guys let me know. We haven't touched the franchise in a minute. Nick Brandon, yes. Okay. Yes, it is. Beep beep beep. It's the noise of the Xbox. Now we must slightly move the screen so I can see my second screen. Sunik LaShawn, I'm kind of between Keenan, Herbert, and Brown. I think I'd personally lean Hollywood Brown. I think that's where I'm personally at. Until we see this production come to a halt. I mean, I think it's a great point Spencer brought up earlier about Bateman coming into this mix, but I think I'd lean with Hollywood Brown at the moment. Jerry, what's the franchise? Do you control a team? Yes, we were the Denver Broncos, and we won a Super Bowl. Gosh, I mean, when we were first doing the live streams, we were streaming Madden every night, and we played a full season. Our team got much worse. Did we play 2 full seasons? There's no way. I think we did. I'm going to check. Jerry and/or Spencer, keep the chat going. I'm going to take about a 2-minute intermission, grab another water, pee, and then be right back. And then we will get into Madden for the night. So, guys, keep the chat going. We will be right back, and then we will get Madden geared up. And yeah, so I'll be right back, guys. Keep the chat going, homies. Yo! All right, we're back in action, guys. Sorry about that. All right, got some more water. Got another Waterloo. Ate a granola bar, I'm not going to lie. Put on jacket. Little chilly. All right, let's see here. Let's see here. Oh, yeah, look at you guys keeping the chat going. All right. All right, we're going to start back at the bottom of the chat. But thanks for keeping the chat going, guys. James, what's going on? Good to see you. John Zollers, what's going on? Hey, buddy, I got a quick question. I need to pick between Dalton Schultz and TJ Hawkinson for this week. I'm currently between jobs and need this. The COVID checks are running out. Also, kidney stone. Oh, man. Uh, sorry to hear about any bad circumstances there, and hope everything is well in terms of health. Let's see. This week, I think I'd lean TJ Hawkinson. Quite honestly, man. Um, I love Dalton Schultz. Don't get me wrong, but overall, I think I'm leaning Hawkinson because this matchup for Schultz is bad, quite bad. Um, it's bad. It's as bad as it gets. The Patriots are the best team in the league against opposing tight ends. So, yeah, I think that it's a good question, but I think that I'm leaning in the likes of TJ Hawkinson. Feeling like another Waterloo. I'm going to need you to slow it down. Yeah, you know me, man. Get a little crazy. Crazy with the Waterloos. Jerry John, we were talking about how often it snows for you East Coast baddies. Philly Mike, how's Virginia snow wise? It's at times it's bad. Virginia's like the most up and down possible state in terms of weather. Uh some years it gets bad, other years it's like not bad at all. It's so hard to explain. Uh we get snow. We get snow. But nothing intense by any means. We usually get about 1 or 2 snow days a year to where it's, what we get is usually more a mixture type deal, right? Where the snow is, it's there, but also, there's rain and sleet and everything going on, and it makes the roads worse in terms of traveling and such. So it's not too bad, not too bad at all. Let's see. All right, let me get. Sorry, guys, changing the setup a little bit here due to potentially getting Madden up on the screen. John, thanks, Big Dog. Bears, Don. Let's go, Bears. Any new viewers out there? Hope you guys consider subscribing down below. Let's keep the catch fam growing. All right, let's get Madden set up here. Richard, we get snow once about every 5 years in Texas. Jerry, we have those earthquakes and heat waves. Yeah, I'd rather get snow, I think, than heat waves and or earthquakes. Philly Mike, do you own a house, John, or rent, or live at home? I know it's personal, so you can skip or choose. I understand. I do. My wife and I own a house. Just bought a little bit over a year ago. So yes, do own a house. Jerry, shit, we don't get heat like in Texas or the hurricanes. I don't know what that accent was, guys. I also need to get Madden up on your guys' screen. Um, Philly Mike, I remember hearing you have a wife or a baby on the way. Yes, do have both. Lovely, lovely wife. Love her to death. Little girl on the way. Love her to death too. Due in or end of January. Amar, should I drop D Hop for Diggs? That's a good question. I mean, I view them in pretty similar fashion. If you're dropping them, that's interesting. That's interesting. Ah, as much as I like Diggs, I think you might want to hold on to D Hop. I mean, a lot of targets in both offenses, but gosh, that's hard. That's hard. That's John doing a Texas accent, I guess. James Al says yes. Not sure to which part. Oh, sorry, James. You think Hopkins will be a wide receiver too when Ertz starts? Not necessarily. John Zollers flex Gaskin, Waddle, or Mooney. I'm leaning Gaskin. It's a great matchup. Philly Mike, John, can you please do your best English accent? I don't think I know how to do an English accent. Although I have watched some of Call the Midwife. That's a good show on another topic. James, yeah, you think Hopkins will be wide receiver too when Ertz starts? I don't think Ertz will eat into his production too much. So I wouldn't worry about that too entirely. All right, let's see. Ooh. This part's always weird on the stream. All right, Madden time, baby. We'll keep the fantasy Q&A rolling. John, do I start D's or nuts? John, you ever think of being a sport talker? What do you mean by that? uh, ESPN? Probably not. I'd rather do it through YouTube, to be honest. Jerry, are you big about Halloween or what's the most exciting holiday for you? Personally, Christmas is my favorite holiday. Um, oh, you know what, guys? Sorry, Jerry, I'm not ignoring that. Um, Richard Glass, have a good evening, gentlemen. See you when I see you. Peace out, Richard. Always appreciate you being here, my guy. Good luck tomorrow and have a great rest of your weekend. And we'll see you soon, brother. Let's play Face of the Franchise. Let's see what Face of the Franchise is all about. We're gonna, yeah, this is gonna be a journey we're going on tonight in the Saturday night late stream. Okay, we're gonna be a quarterback. Okay, the general, the magician, or light speed. Let's be, let's be a general. Ooh, what college should we be? John does have a soothing voice, makes me want to go to sleep. uh, yeah, Jerry. My wife loves Halloween, so I love celebrating Halloween. I love Thanksgiving, but I'm a Christmas guy all day long. Let's see. When is D Montgomery expected back? I think another like 3 weeks. Um, Birthday's in March. Pisces. Do any of you guys have an opinion on what college we should be from? Oh, Oklahoma, or I just saw the number one. I thought that'd be cool. Sorry, Richard, who I think's already left, but we can't be Alabama. I think I want to be Oklahoma. Oh, John Zoller says LSU. Okay, he's the first response for being LSU. Road to the draft is about to begin. Once confirmed, you won't be able to change your class. Okay, sure. Oh, Jerry, now I see your comment. USC for the Cali boys. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's too late. We're LSU. Look at this, Peyton Manning. Yeah. Oh, this just got uncool. It was cool. Yeah. Oh, can't have that in there anymore. Philip Rivers? What is this? This would probably be more entertaining if you guys could hear the sound. But unfortunately, all you get is my voice. So I kind of want to skip this, but I feel like we have to watch this. Tony Romo. Uh, Jerry, you're not invited to California. Oh, let's see here. I'm sure it sounds epic. I can't actually hear it. Oh, good. We got subtitles. Yo, you absolutely crushed it. This final edit. Oh, you know what? I guess I can. Let me know if you guys hear the sound or not. And if not, I'll just keep talking. All right, we're on the road to the draft. Jerry, I don't. Okay. Yeah, I actually don't think there's a way I can get the sound to come through for you guys. John Zollers, not really, but your voice is more pleasant than anything EA produces. Jerry, just narrate the subtitles. James, is this like story mode? It is, and it's probably awful. It's probably so bad. Every story mode I've ever played in Madden is awful. But that's why I figured we'd play it tonight. Why not? Man, it's chilly out here. Hey, yo, Jay, since we're early, can we stop here real quick? Am I one of these people? I guess I am. Make your guy 6'8". We might. I got an exclusive invite to come out here. Oh. Okay. Okay. We're gonna learn from the best. Money, nailed it, baby. James, you should be a voice actor. I don't think so. But we could try it. We could try it. Who's this guy? All right, Brandon. Okay. Okay. I'm a little all right. All in one show. Yo, bro, need some help. I have Henderson as my current starter and need a RB2. Collins, Gainwell, Latavius Murray, Gordon, AJ Dillon are on waivers. Thank you. I think ooh. You could roll the dice on AJ Dillon, but other than that, I'd flip a coin between Collins and Latavius Murray. They're both very touchdown dependent, but at least they're going to get RB1 volume. Latavius Murray, I mean, Le'Veon Bell's been elevated. I don't know how much that means. Lamar Jackson's going to steal some carries, of course, but uh, it's tough to say. Collins, Murray, touchdown dependent, but still viable starters. Dillon, Jones a little bit banged up, right? Game script might help him out. Uh, Packers could get up early against the Bears. They're probably going to, you know, fight a little bit in this game, though. Bears defense has been good, so I don't mind AJ Dillon as well. But I Alex Collins and Latavius Murray. I mean, they're touchdown dependent, but it's not the worst starts. Hope that was helpful. Let me know if you need any more clarification all in one show. Any new members out here tonight, or potential members, go ahead and subscribe down below. Become part of the Catch fam. Keep the fantasy Q&A rolling. We're playing, just started Face of the Franchise in Madden 22, so we'll see how this goes. Late night, Saturday night stream. Appreciate everyone coming out. And keep smashing that like button, guys. Jerry, you could be the voice for Batman like a Christian Bale of Batman. Maybe. I don't know. But I appreciate that, Jerry. James, maybe Batman in the Lego movie. Yes, I love Batman in the Lego movie, so I'm with James on that one. Philly, Mike Tua or Davis Mills. I think I'd lean Tua. But Mills been playing okay. Spencer, I'm out of here. Got to get some sleep. Have a good night, everyone. Thanks for coming through as always, Spencer. Appreciate you, brother. Have a great night, and we'll talk to you soon, man. Good luck tomorrow in fantasy as well. Thomas, hey boss, should I start Herbert, Pittman, or Sutton in my flex and half PPR? I'd lean Herbert or Pittman. Either way, I think they're good starts. Um, I think I like Pittman against the Texans a little bit more though. So personally, I think I'd rank Pittman first, then Herbert, then Sutton. If it's my roster, I'd probably be rolling Pittman. John, did you enjoy Wonder Woman 1984? I didn't watch it. I heard it was pretty bad though. Did not watch that one. I watched the new Suicide Squad, and I liked it quite a bit. Uh, Jerry, you're Wonder Man. You're the Wonder Man. So it's okay. You got confused there. I also watched Zack Snyder's director cut, right, of Justice League, and I thought it was quite good actually. Broken into a couple parts. Beginning of the movie was fine, much better than I expected. The ending kind of a letdown and kind of convoluted, and the very ending just made no sense. But worth watching actually in terms of DC. Let's see here. Spy Coffee 456, Khalil Herbert or Zach Moss. I would lean Zach Moss all day against Tennessee, man. Absolutely. Uh, Good question, but I think I'd lean Zach Moss just based on the matchup. But I think Herbert will probably have a pretty good game too. But I think personally Moss is a better start. Jerry, that movie was long. It was quite long. I watched it over like 4 days, just like in little segments, almost like a TV show. Philly Mike John, thoughts on Herbert and Hubbard as my starters this week, or start Gordon over Herbert? I think you're fine with Herbert and Hubbard. I think they're good starts, man. All right, Coach Cam, as a QB, you need to see the entire field. Hold LT to check out routes. Okay. Yeah. Press A to step the ball into the pocket and then hold the. Okay. Yeah. Boom. Yay. Okay. Nice. We're going to go to the Super Bowl with this quarterback. Jerry, I'm really looking forward to Spider Man Far From Home. Yes, I completely agree. I am excited for the Eternals as well. I haven't watched Shang-Chi yet, um, but I'm definitely excited for Spider-Man. Like very excited. That might be the first one I actually go out and see. I don't understand what I'm doing wrong. Give the wide receiver a few seconds to get downfield, then lightly tap the receiver icon to throw a lob pass. Yeah, I don't get what I got wrong on that second one. Spy Coffee 456. Thank you. Absolutely. That's what we're here for, man. Consider subscribing down below, becoming part of the Catch fam. But appreciate you coming out nonetheless. And if you have any other questions, please let me know. I didn't read what I was supposed to do. Okay, that was right, actually. Interesting. Okay. The primary read has red play art is usually your best bet for an open look. Okay. Oh shoot. I didn't read that. Okay, we'll figure it out. Set the ball with A, then press the X icon to pass to the open receiver. Oh, yeah, okay. That was pretty easy. James Zhao, does anyone know how long it takes for a charging port to dry? It responsibly I responsibly brought my phone into the shower and can't charge it. It's at 1%. I need to check my phone or I will die. um, I do not know, actually. If anyone can help out James, please help him out. Ryan, what's going on, man? I'm here. Good to see you. James Zhao, it's been 3 hours. John says it's like 4 to 8 hours. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure, but hopefully we can figure it out. James Zhao says no. Yeah. Oh, I got a good performance. Next play level. Let's go. Face of the franchise. Oh, welcome to side activities. Rich Eisen's in this? Oh, we're doing a side activity? Man, I don't know what we got into tonight. All right, Brandon, I have been looking forward to seeing you get some work in here because everyone said your potential is limitless. Okay. How do you feel about getting some extra work in? Oh, I chose mental focus. Okay. There's like really intense music playing right now. I wish you guys could hear it. Anything specific you have in mind? Let's go all path accuracy. Put it in rice, says Jerry. I've tried everything. I've used a hair dryer on Max and tried to stick a piece of paper in it. Facts with the rice, says John Zollers. I've actually not tried rice. The rice works, and this is very risky. You want to look up exactly how to do it, but there's a trick with rice and an oven. Steven's dad, actually, when I was living with Steven, fixed my phone that I like completely soaked with rice and using the oven and like almost baking the phone in rice. I don't know the specifics of it. Um, but yes, you can do that too if you look it up. KB, pick two, Higgins, Sterling, AJ Brown. Matchup wise, I'd lean Sterling Shepard and Higgins. Think AJ could take off, but it's a bad matchup this week versus the Bills. Jerry, putting your phone in an oven? No way. Yeah, he did it. Steven's dad did it. I don't know, man. Look it up. I don't think you're heating it that high. It's just getting it to a certain temperature. Uh, Jerry, if you wrap the phone in tinfoil and put it in microwave, you can charge it instantly. Yeah, don't listen to Jerry. All right, I don't know what's going on in Face the Franchise. I guess we're up to something. James out. AJ Brown said in a press conference that they won't let him play a full game until week 10. Interesting. I didn't see that. I don't feel great about Brown versus the Bills. I'll say that much. All right. So we're going shopping. My agent's mad at me. Oh, we got an endorsement deal. We're endorsed by Nike. We're gonna get cleats, guys. KB, you're welcome, man. Of course. Jerry, what time are the early Sunday streams? I always miss them. Generally they're around like 11 p.m. Eastern time, but I think I'm skipping it tomorrow. I think I'm gonna spend some time with the wife tomorrow. So I didn't mean to announce it yet. No early morning stream tomorrow. We should have a Monday night stream tomorrow though, and probably we'll get Steven on there too. We'll see. He's going to be going to the Washington Chiefs game, so we'll see how his schedule looks tomorrow. But we'll be on 9:30, 10 p.m. tomorrow Eastern time. Little Sunday night reaction while we watch the end of the Sunday game. Let's James. I think it's on early Sunday. Vertical Yeti. Should I start Herbert against the Ravens or Stafford against the Giants? Great question, man. Both are fantastic starts by all means. Um, is it crazy I want to lean Herbert there after how well Carson Wentz and the Colts played against the Ravens? I mean, Stafford has looked very good, of course, as well. Giants have not played well defensively, but I think I'm just leaning this while Justin Herbert's on this momentum train. I think I'm leaning Justin Herbert. Is that crazy? I don't think it is. Let me know, guys. Jerry, I'm going to be up all night playing The Last of Us 2. Downloaded it last night. Nice. Let us know how it's going, Jerry. KB, I dropped Marvin for Sterling. Good, question mark. Yes. Definitely good. Definitely a good move. Yeah, that's an upgrade in my opinion. James Al says, I don't know. I think it's an upgrade. I don't know what's happening now. Whoa. Did we just throw a cone at someone? Who's this guy filming me? Why'd I throw a cone at him? Nike Pro Challenge. Team of superstars receivers to prove you can hang with NFL's elite. Get the first down with Travis Kelsey. Why is Travis Kelsey hanging out with me? All right. That was okay. Come on, Travis. Catch the ball. Turn up the pressure down. Get the first down with Odell Beckham on a post route. I was going to say, if Odell does not catch that, I'm going to be pissed. No holding back. Get the first down with Deebo Samuel on a corner route. I'm going to say, Deebo, you better catch that. James, ask Kelsey to give me 30 points a game. Okay, I sure will. Dude, face of the franchise, kind of weird. Jersey swap, nice start to your collection. Check out the yard where you can show off new gear like this. All right. I will say the yard is pretty fun. At least it was in Madden 21. It's like the multiplayer mode. I think it's pretty fun overall. It's a little bit different. All right, extreme effort. If you guys think it's more fun to watch an actual Madden game, let me know. Can you stick around for a bit? Who are we talking to? Oh, this is my guy right here. Let's do mental focus. Let's work on mental focus. Jerry, go against Hall of Fame CPU. I don't think the Hall of Fame teams are in Madden 22. Who's your next pick, Jerry? How do I quit? Hold on. It's not letting me quit. There we go. Who's your next pick, Jerry? Getting into the late hours, guys. Oh, man. Let me know what other fantasy questions you guys have on the night. And we will happily get into them. Yeah, I think Face of the Franchise probably not as enjoyable for you guys to watch, but we'll get back into it. If you guys ever want to again. Ooh, what is this? I don't think I've seen that EA intro before. But that was kind of cool. James out, Debo or Ridley rest of season? Yikes. I kind of want to say Ridley, but part of me is thinking that the higher ceiling might be out of Debo. Is that crazy? I think in terms of consistency, maybe Ridley, but Debo's probably going to hire excuse me, offer and a higher ceiling on the season. So it's hard to say. I like both of those guys. K9, do you think CMC is going to do as good as he used to do? Absolutely. I mean, he's already proven this season. I think in the last 2 years, every game he's played in, he's had at least 20 points. So yeah. Jerry, does Mahomes catch up to Brady in Super Bowl rings? I don't know if anyone's ever going to, right? I don't know if anyone will ever have as many Super Bowl rings as Tom Brady. Philly Mike, Lamar Jackson or Justin Herbert? I love both of them. I'm riding the Lamar train though on this one. Yeah, I'm riding the Lamar train. James Zhao, I just hate seeing a guy with so much talent get on such a horrible offense in regards to Ridley. Yeah, yeah, it's a great point, man. That's my biggest concern around Ridley. Um, it's basically the fact that he's on the Falcons. I don't mind starting him on a regular basis, but I hate the fact that he's part of that offense because they're not very fun from a fantasy perspective. Ridley, I'll talk to everyone tomorrow. Have a good night. See you, Jerry. Thanks for being here, man. Always appreciate you. Thanks for coming out as always as well. All right, let's get through. Let's play a game of Madden here. Jerry, we'll talk to you tomorrow, brother. Have a good Sunday and good luck in your fantasy matchup. All right, let's get into some Madden franchise mode. I totally forgot what's going on with her franchise. This is our third season, though. I do remember that now. I think we have Devontae Adams on our team. That's like all I remember. I know our team is much worse than it used to be. So let's see here. Let's see. Ascend, what's going on? What's good, bro? Marvin Jones or Jalen Water tomorrow? What do you think? I think as long as Tua plays, I think I'm leaning with Waddle, man. It's a good matchup. But also we've seen very good chemistry between Waddle and Tua. So I would take the chance on Tua, I think. We've gotten this question a couple times tonight, right? It's not an awful matchup for Marvin Jones either. And Xavier Howard's not expected to play, which we also found out tonight. But overall, I just think I got a good feeling about Waddle, man. Is that crazy? I don't think so. Oh, come on. Tackle Zeke. I think he got it. Yeah, you got the first down. It's a good question to send, but I think either okay flex plays, but I think I'd personally lean Jalen Waddle. As long as Tua's playing. If Tua's not playing, then I do think that Marvin Jones is a better start. James, who's a better play week 7? Tua, Darnold, or Heineke? It's a good question. Let's see here. Let me pull up the matchups for you, man. Oh man, we hit Dak too late, man. That's baloney. Tua's got Atlanta next week, which is probably the best matchup. probably Tua next week. But let's double check. Taylor Heineke has got Green Bay, and then Darnold. Let's see here. Darnold's got Minnesota. So yeah, I think I'm leaning Tua. Is that crazy? Probably not, right? Ooh, we forced a fumble. Let's go. How do you like that, Dalton Schultz? Who is this? Oh my gosh, this receiver is so fast. What? Clap nuts. What's going on, brother? Good to have you here as always. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for coming out tonight. Was just offered AJ Brown and Waller for Kelsey and Woods. I'd hold on to Kelsey and Woods. I like the Kelsey and Woods side of things. Whoever's getting Kelsey and Woods, I think, is winning. Hands down, clap nuts. Send thoughts on Sterling Shepard for tomorrow. Danny Dimes expected to play. I like Sterling Shepard tomorrow. I look for him to get back into the swing of things coming off the injury. So yeah, I like him quite a bit tomorrow. At some point in the game, he's going to have some bad matchups when Jalen's on him, but Jalen's begun to float a little bit this season, so I think he'll be all right. Oh gosh, that was an awful play. James, will they be running the ball a lot against the Falcons? Potentially, but really, when facing the Falcons, you can do it through the air and on the ground. So I think they'll be okay. I think they'll be okay. And I would rate those guys probably Tua, Darnold, then Heineke. Um, but I don't mind Heineke as well. So uh, it's a tough call, but Tua's definitely got the best matchup out of those guys. All right. Good opening drive here in our Madden franchise. We got Bobby Wagner on our team. Let's go Bobby Wagner. Yeah, we're like 2 years in the future, in case you guys are wondering. So you're going to see some players that don't exist that have been drafted. And yeah, our team is a little bit different. Please tackle him. Let's go. All right. Ascend, excited for Big Eckler tomorrow. He is eating. Yeah, dude. He is just going nuts right now. He's going to have a great game, man. Absolutely going to have a great game. No way you can bench Eckler right now. He's playing out of his mind, dude. I'm just excited to watch him in general as well. James Dow, is Damian Harris droppable for Davis? I would argue, yeah, I would. If it's full PPR, Mike Davis is not playing bad football, man. I mean, in terms of a flex play, that is, which is probably where you have Damian Harris right now. So, yeah, I would argue that he is droppable for Davis. Only in full PPR though. I mean, I don't want to jump the gun against Damian Harris. We've seen some good performances, but uh overall, man, he is kind of in the doghouse, right? Is Javonte Williams the only running back we have? It's probably not good. James Zhao, I snagged Eckler. Oh crap, I didn't mean to start that play. I snagged Eckler and Hunt for CMC a minute before they announced the news. Yikes. Well, I mean, not on your choice, but on everyone else's choice. Oh, you're talking about. Oh, okay, okay. I'm sorry. Yeah, that is a yikes then on your part. Uh, so you received Eckler and Hunt. Then yeah, yikes for your opponent, but good for you. Let me know which side you're on there, James. Send thoughts on Amari Cooper tomorrow. Tough matchup. It is. It is a tough matchup. It'll be interesting to see which X factor on this Cowboys team Bill Belichick decides to take away, as historically he's good at taking away the X factor. They're great at taking away the tight end as well. It is a tough matchup, and I look for him to have a lower floor type day as opposed to a higher ceiling. So, oh my gosh, dude, you cannot run with the quarterback in Madden anymore. Okay. Yeah, I do agree with you, Sen. It's a tough matchup overall. James Zhao, I traded CMC. Yikes. That's a great move, man. That's a very that's a great trade. You won that trade hands down, with or without the injury, I feel like. Kareem Hunt, the top 5 running back, Austin Eckler, a top 5 running back. So it's really hard to uh to bet against that. I mean, CMC is CMC, right? Best player in fantasy football when healthy. But nonetheless, man, I think that's a fantastic trade overall for you, especially at this point in the season, right? That's money time, man. Let's see here. James, are Jarvis and Hilton good stashes? Yes. I think I'm leaning more Jarvis Landry. I mean, we'll have to see, but I do think that I love T.Y. Hilton as a player, man, but I just think that we might want to tamper expectations overall. Oh gosh, CeeDee Lamb just cooked me. Oh no. Boy, what the hell, boy. Boy, what the hell, boy. Okay, interesting. All right, let's see here. Oh man, we're gonna get cooked in Madden now. Let's see here. Pittman or Waddle slash Hilton will play. I think I'm leaning Pittman all day long against the Texans. I think Pittman's the best start out of those guys. And then I'd say Waddle as long as Tua plays, right? But yeah, I think I'd definitely put Pittman first out of those guys. James out. Would you trade Godwin for Ridley? Yeah, yeah, why not? I think I would. Far more targets on the Buccaneers team, right? And far less targets on the Falcons. So that's the way of looking at that one. All right, let's see here. Let's see. Son, do you think Judy is a good stash? That high ankle sprain was rough. He should be back by next week. James says Judy's a good stash. I think Judy's a great stash if he's available in your active league. Yeah. Love Jerry Judy. Feel great about him when he comes back healthy. Absolutely a good stash. Ryan Ellis, trading Lockett, Kittle, and AB for Devontae and Pitts. Good deal. I mean, it's hard to argue against it if you're getting Devontae Adams, as long as it's not going to hurt you in depth. I mean, I do think Lockett's value is going to be down while we see Geno as he's starting quarterback. It looks like it could be a couple weeks before Russell's back, so I don't hate that. Kittle's been very inconsistent. Definitely has been hurt. Been very frustrating, very disappointing as fantasy owners. So I don't hate moving on there. But let's see here. Wow, we're getting cooked on this drive. I hate to see you lose Antonio Brown, though. If you can counter it and just give up, I don't know if you'll be able to get Adams out of that, though. If you're fine at the receiver position, as James is bringing up now, I would do that if you have good wide receiver depth. If you're fine at receiver, then I don't disagree. You're getting the best player in the league, right? At his respective decision or position, excuse me, uh, and Devonte Adams. So I don't mind it, man. As long as you feel good about the rest of your receivers, and then you're getting Pitts to replace, excuse me, George Kittle. So I don't mind it. But I hate to see you lose AB the way he's playing right now. But don't get me wrong. I mean, you can start Adams on a weekly basis in full confidence. Let's see, David Jacobs or Chuba tomorrow. I'd roll with Jacobs, man. I think he's going to have the better day. I mean, it's not an awful matchup for Chuba, right? But I do like where Jacobs is at this point in the season. And yeah, I just feel more confident. If it was my roster, I'd start Jacobs versus Denver. I mean, Najee Harris just absolutely roasted them, last week, right? Uh, and I think that Jacobs is going to have a very good week as well. And I think the Raiders kind of have to rely on Josh Jacobs right now. So I like him overall. And yeah, I would roll with Josh Jacobs personally if it was my roster. Jason, should I trade DJ Moore, Robbie Anderson, getting the same amount of targets as him? I wouldn't personally trade DJ Moore unless you're getting a pretty good value out of it. Um, you can make him part of a package deal, but I try to hold on to DJ Moore if you can. I still like his volume overall, man. So just let me know what type of trade you're thinking about, and then I'll get back to you, man. James, my opponent just benched Mike Williams. Yikes. Well, Mike Williams might not play. He's banged up. He might be limited if he does play. It's hard to say, right? But it's hard to say. I can see why he benched him, but I do think that it's probably going to be closer to a game time decision, right? David, Lockett, Julio, Tony, or Manania. I'm assuming that's Darnell Mooney at the end. But let me know on the last one. Let me know there, David. But looking at those guys, I think you roll the dice with Tony. I think that's where I'd go with it, David. Whoa. Ryan, should I? Oh, Manana means tomorrow. Okay, thank you for the clarification. I think I'd roll the dice on Tony, man. Geno Smith throwing the ball to Lockett. Don't feel great there. Julio Jones going up against the best defense in football. Don't feel great there. Don't get me wrong. They could both end up having a good day, but I think you just roll the dice with Tony as he should see the least amount of defensive pressure from the Rams overall. So I think I'd roll with Tony. Ryan, should I try to switch out AB for someone like Allen Robinson or Myers? Maybe even Dak since he's my backup quarterback. Yes. Yes, I would. Absolutely. Any of those options. Yes. Yeah. Any of those options are fine. Now I see Josh Allen's your starting quarterback. I try to hold on to Dak if you can. If you can get Myers in there or Allen Robinson, especially, then absolutely, man. Absolutely. I think that benefits you if you can hold on to AB. James, he's starting Pollard instead. Okay. Jason, I'm just worried Moore's primary role is going to be reduced since they paid Anderson so much. I'm not worried about it personally. On the season, it's showing that Moore is the guy, not Anderson at all, which has surprised me. But yeah, I wouldn't be too worried about that. It's not what the stats are showing. Jason, maybe Stephon Diggs for Moore. You can do that, but keep in mind, in that circumstance, right? Uh, Stephon Diggs is competing with a lot more targets than DJ Moore, right? Especially with Christian McCaffrey being hurt. So, uh, love Stephon Diggs, man. I mean, I don't think it's a bad trade. I think it's a fair trade, but at the same time, a lot more targets for Stephon Diggs, a lot less targets for the Panthers and DJ Moore overall. I guess we should get Devontae Adams involved in this game. David, Tony or Deontay Johnson? Deontay Johnson all day long. It's a beautiful matchup uh versus the Seattle Seahawks, right? So definitely Deontay Johnson for me. I send thoughts on A Rob for tomorrow. I don't want to see anyone start Allen Robinson. I've got no faith in him whatsoever right now, to be completely honest with you. Don't feel good about Allen Robinson, man. James says Deontay. I absolutely agree. And let's see here. David, McLaurin, Tony, or Diggs? I'd start Terry McLaurin as Kansas City secondary is awful, and Washington is going to have to stay in this game quite a bit. So yeah, I'd roll with. They're definitely going to be trying to keep up with the score. So I'd start Scary Terry, but it's a great matchup for Diggs. If you got McLaurin and Diggs, you're starting both of them. Diggs matchup versus Tennessee is beautiful. So uh, I you got to start both of those guys if you own them. Those secondaries, Kansas City and Tennessee, are far too bad to not start those respective receivers against. All right, guys, moving into 2 a.m. Crazy, man. Saturday night late stream, always a blast, man. If you are new here, go ahead and hit that sub button below. Become part of the Catch fam tonight, man. And guys, keep smashing that like button. Let's get as many new viewers to the stream as possible and keep that live stream active. And let's keep rolling through the night. Appreciate everyone coming out tonight. Appreciate all of the love and support, man. You guys are killing it. Catch fam is in full force. Let's keep it rolling, man. Still got a little bit juice left in us, so let's keep rolling, man. James, I feel really bad for all Allen Robinson owners who drafted him in the second round. Yeah, yikes. He's been very disappointing this year, and usually so consistent in fantasy, and always a good kind of third round ish steal. Right? He's been very disappointing. David Booker, Williams, or Chuba. James says he'd fire up Chuba. Yeah, I don't mind Chuba there. I like Chuba and Booker more than Williams. I'll put it that way. All right, let's see here. Can't believe I'm asking this, but should I start Hawkinson or Dan Arnold? I think I'd stay with Hawkinson. I think Arnold's a fine stream if you have to. I mean, I could see him playing well in that London game, right? But I think that personally, I would I would put the faith back in Hawkinson, man. John Zollers, peace out, man. Hope you had a good time in the stream tonight. Thanks for coming out, showing some support, man. Like I said, hope you had a good time, and we will see you next time. But thanks for coming out, as always, showing some support, man. All right. Moving into the late hours, guys. Hope everyone's doing well. Keep up the live chat. We might look. We'll see how the next couple of minutes go, man. We'll kind of evaluate things as we go. James Al, you think hockey is still a top five tight end? I want to, man. I want to think that. I'm very surprised. I mean, the Lions have started to spread the ball around a little bit more. Monroe St. Brown getting involved. Uh, oh wow, Dalton Schultz just cooked us. Oh, that's not Schultz. That's Bullocks. I don't know. Who Bullocks is not a real player. I don't think. Some drafted player. Oh well. Um. Yeah. I do think Hawkinson can be a top five tight end. I don't want to give up on him quite yet with some of those games we've seen. But yeah, Monroe St. Brown getting more involved, Raymond getting involved at times, Cephas getting involved at times. So it's tough to say, man. David Glazer, one more Deontay or Chase. James says that's a little tough. Um, this week, I just don't think you can bench Jamar Chase, man. I really don't. But Deontay Johnson's got such a good matchup against the Seahawks. It's tough to say, man. Can you start both of them? The way Jamar Chase has been playing, I don't know if you can bench him though. David, thanks for your help. Absolutely, man. If you're not subscribed to the channel, go and hit that sub button. That's the best way you can say that you're welcome. But nonetheless, man, appreciate you coming out. You being in the stream, asking fantasy Q&As. Plenty of support in itself. So if you got any other questions, man, don't hesitate. James Zhao, Chase has Detroit. Yeah. It's a good matchup, too. It's a good call. Can you start both of them? Let us know, because if you can, I think you do. Oh, gosh, man. We made us lost this game with that interception. Shouldn't have thrown it deep. Yeah, if you can start Chase or Deontay, then you're in good business, man. All right. Where would your value in Patterson be? Don't know if I should keep or sell. I I view him pretty high regard, man. I've been a fan of holding on to him, you know, until we see this production and this volume halt. And the only reason we saw it slightly halt against the Jets was due to the slight injury. Um, I think he should be in your lineup on a weekly basis until we see some sort of halt. And even if he has, one bad week or whatever, we don't want to give up. I mean, everyone's due for a bust at some point, but as long as the whole picture looks like he's still the primary heartbeat of that Falcons offense, and I think we hold on to him. You know, I like Patterson quite a bit, and I will continue to play him. And I don't feel like he's a player we should sell, quite honestly. David, can't I have Keenan and D Hop? Yikes. Yikes. Yeah, good game scripts for both Keenan and DeAndre Hopkins as well. Okay. Apparently we can't tackle Zeke. Um, I really like Jamar Chase and Deontay Johnson this week. Is it crazy to say that you should consider them over Keenan or D Hop? Maybe Keenan? James might want to think about sending Keenan to Mike plays. I don't necessarily disagree with that. Let's see here. James or Jason, I'm sorry. So you want to do Patterson for Fournette? I don't necessarily think I would. Love Fournette, man. But I think that player's selling high on Fournette, right? Love Fournette. I love seeing that big game out of him Thursday night. But I do think that on the season, Patterson might end up being the better player. Is that crazy to say? I mean, far less targets on the Falcons than there are in the Bucks. And don't get me wrong. I mean, Fournette's not necessarily always looking for targets, but at the same time, he gets a lot of targets, and he really is the heartbeat of that offense. Where with the Buccaneers, you've got so many different weapons at all times. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think it's a bad trade. I love Fournette right now, man. But I certainly think that you should consider keeping. Uh, oh wow, wow, Madden. I do think you should consider keeping Patterson, but I don't think it's a bad trade. Do you think Fournette will start to have less usage? Probably not the way he's played. Probably not. But I think Patterson, the Falcons are kind of relying on Patterson right now. So it is tough to say. All right, let's see here. He's looking like the featured RB for the season. Yeah, I think he is. I think he's the guy there, which I got very wrong in the preseason. I honestly thought it would be Ronald Jones during the regular season, and I was wrong. And don't get me wrong, Fournette earned it in the playoffs last year, right? And I think Ronald Jones should still see some usage, but um, yeah, Fournette has earned this the starting role, and I think that Bruce Arians is going to stick with him. All right, let's see here. Jason, I gotta go with Patterson too, just because Arthur Smith has said himself he has him in fantasy, so you know what that means. Really, that's awesome. I didn't even know that. That's awesome. Oh, stay in bounds, Sutton. What are you doing, bro? Yeah, I didn't know that, Jason. That's awesome that he said that. All right, let's see if we can't secure this dub at Madden, man, for the catch family. All right, let's see. James, have you tried Retro Bowl? I'm not sure if I have. Jason, yeah, it was in one of the weekly mic'd ups. Oh, that's what's up, dude. That's a good call. Oh, there's that completion to Sutton, man. I'm gonna, yeah, I'm gonna not score on purpose here. Uh, James, I played Tecmo Bowl. I like Tecmo Bowl. I don't know about Retro Bowl. All right, we're trying to not score. The Lions. The Cowboys are going to start taking some timeouts. James, that Retro Bowl is like a mobile Madden that's easier. It's kind of addicting. Oh, really? Yeah, I might have to check it out then. K9 Retro. I'm playing Retro Bowl. I'm playing it right now. Oh, yeah, I'll have to check it out then. I haven't played it before. Oh, they let us score. Cowboys let us score, man. We left too much time on the clock. That probably wouldn't have mattered. Couldn't really do much running off the clock there. All right, let's see what we can do here. Dude, this tight end for the Cowboys is like a beast. Oh my gosh, dude, I cannot tackle CeeDee Lamb tonight. Jason, you think I should sell high on AB since Gronk is coming back? Not necessarily. I do think AB will keep up this pace. Um, you'd have to get a pretty penny for AB the way he's playing right now. You could sell high, but you know, I really like AB right now. Philly Killa, what's going on? Hope you're doing well tonight. Thanks for coming out to the stream, man. If you're new here, consider subscribing down below, becoming part of the Catch fam tonight. Oh my gosh, this number 18 receiver is killing us. But nonetheless, Philly Killa, appreciate you coming out tonight and hope you're doing fantastic, man. Thanks for coming out and showing some support and throwing some fancy Q&A our way. Kadarius Tony or Allen Robinson PPR. I'd lean Kadarius Tony this week. Don't feel good about Allen Robinson whatsoever, man. I would definitely roll the dice with Kadarius Tony against the Rams. It's a good question, though. I mean, we've been talking about Allen Robinson quite a bit tonight, and yeah, he's been very disappointing. Don't get me wrong. And I think this week that Tony is the better play over Robinson, hands down. Good question, though. Let me know if you got any more in the night. Happy to answer them for you, man. Thomas, if you own AJ Brown and we're 1-4, what would you take for him? Probably any receiver one of low end value or high end wide receiver two of value, as well as any RB one or low end RB two of value as well. Yeah, I'd take a pretty good chunk for AJ Brown. I mean, I wouldn't expect too much, but I definitely consider. Oh my gosh, the tackle took too long. Did you guys see that? I was slamming the timeout button. Philly Killer. How about Antonio Gibson or Chuba Hubbard? I'd roll with Gibson. The that game script is going to be pretty high scoring, and Washington's going to have to be trying to keep up with Kansas City. And Kansas City's defense is just not good, man. So I'd roll with Gibson. I don't think it's a bad start in Hubbard, but I'd personally roll with Gibson, man. All right, let's see here. Raptor Cash 10, what's going on? Hope you're doing fantastic tonight. Start Julio or Marquise Brown this week. I start Hollywood Brown all day long, man. Hands down would roll with Hollywood Brown. Absolutely. James Dow, pick up Pittman, Davis, Corey Davis, Marvin Jones, or Elisha Mitchell. I'd pick up Pittman. He's the true wide receiver one out of those guys. I like Corey Davis as well, but he is competing with Crowder a little bit. I mean, don't get me wrong. Pittman's competing with Pascal a little bit, but I'd roll with Pittman out of those guys, hands down. Yeah, absolutely. James says to start Hollywood. Yeah, I agree. 100% agree there. Jason, thanks for helping out. Good night, my brother. Good night, bro. Hope you enjoyed the stream tonight. Thanks for coming out. Any new faces, man? Hope you guys consider subscribing tonight, becoming part of the Catch family. Nonetheless, appreciate you guys coming out and showing support, asking some fantasy Q&A. So peace out, Jason. Hope you have a good Sunday, and hope you have a great fantasy day as well. David Glazer, CD or Tony? I'd still roll with CD Lamb, man, if that's who you're referring to. I'm assuming it is, but yeah, I don't want to bench CD Lamb, man, with what he's capable of doing. So I'd roll with CD Lamb. It's a good question, though. You could roll the dice on Tony, but I think personally, I'd still want to roll with CD Lamb. You are welcome, David. Let me know if you got any more questions, man, as we're probably going to look to wind things down after this game of Madden for the night. It's been a great Saturday night, late night stream, man. But we'll go and start winding things down. So if you guys have any final questions, please let me know as well. Man, I can't believe week 6 is already here. It's just craziness, man. It's craziness. We're like a quarter of the way through the season, I think. 6, 12, 18, yeah. Or a third of the way, I guess would be a better way of saying that. So, James Zhao, good night, man. Fun stream as always. Yeah, man. Absolutely. It's good to have you here as always, my guy. Appreciate you coming out. Appreciate you showing continuous support, man. Definitely an important member of the Catch fam. So yeah, guys, make sure you smash that like button on your way out. Make sure if you're new here, you go ahead and hit the sub button as we just got the dub in Madden, baby, in overtime. Appreciate everyone coming out tonight, man. Saturday night late stream, always a blast. Always look forward to it during the week, man. Always have a good time with you guys. We lasted pretty long, man. We lasted quite long tonight. James Al for the Catch fam. That's right. That's right, man. We should be on at some point tomorrow. Probably tomorrow night is what we're looking for. So everyone make sure we'll have the we'll have the stream posted ahead of time so you guys can make sure to get in the stream. Make sure you guys hit the notification bell so you don't ever miss a stream. Um, but we should be doing a Sunday night reaction video for week 6 tomorrow. And just make sure you guys join in tomorrow. Like I said, we'll have it scheduled ahead of time. But if you're worried about missing it, make sure you hit that notification bell. And that way you guys won't miss it. So hit that like button, guys. If you guys are new here, go ahead and subscribe down below. Become part of the Catch fam tonight. But appreciate all the love. Appreciate all the support. Like I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, just surpassed 300 subs today. So this community just growing day by day. It's phenomenal to see, man. Absolutely 100% appreciate all of you guys, man. Appreciate all the love and support. Just have a blast with you guys every single day, man. It's a great time, man. So I wish everyone a great Sunday, a fantastic fantasy football day, man. Hope everyone wins their matchups. We will see you guys tomorrow night. Make sure to stay tuned for tomorrow's stream. And I got nothing else to say, but thank you guys so much for watching and or listening. And remember, you saw it here on the Catch. And peace.